Why, hello. Welcome. Welcome to the Captain's Cast on a Saturday night. I am your host, of course, Captain Garrett of the Swords of Starships channel. Nintendo ain't suffering no fools. Nintendo has said, the line must be drawn here. This far, no farther. And they have simply adapted their source material accurately. That's it. They adapted their source material accurately. You can tell how much bullshit we've been subjected to by the absolute decay and rot in Western art, by the absence of it. So this is basically what happened. Nintendo cast two actors to play Zelda and Link in the Legend of Zelda film that look exactly like the characters in the game, dressed like the characters in the game in rolling green hills that look very much like Hyrule looks in the game. In other words, they just did a normal thing, something that would have been normal 20 years ago, 20 or 30 years ago. This would have been very normal. Everyone would have been excited. There is like a 10% contingent, mostly dwelling on the internets, that are wackos, crazy, that get mad about this stuff. And this tin pot dictator percentage of our civilization that have a bunch of weird hangups and issues have been running every art property into the ground because they've been getting their way. And Nintendo's like, we don't give a frack. And we're going to do what we're going to do. So we got that to talk about. It's a massive W. It's really, honestly, it's just normal. It's just normalcy. And yes, Michael Archangel, first in the chat. Ahoy, Michael Archangel. Welcome aboard. Fu Man Blue, the Master at Arms. Hail, welcome aboard. Assume your post, sir. Crowbar the Skull in the chat. Hail, Captain. Hail, fellow Starnauts. That's for you, for invoking my favorite term. Fellow Starnauts all. Speaking of Starnauts, we have the announcement of a new Stargate series at Amazon Studios. Now, I know what you're thinking, particularly you, Fu Man Blue. I know that you're, and I would be too, very, very nervous about this. But before you jump to conclusions, I have something you should see. So I'll just leave it at that. But it might not be a total disaster. Amazon, let's just call it a 50-50. On the one hand, you've got Rings of Power and the Fallout series. On the other hand, you've got the Terminal List and Reacher. There could be hope. And I have seen Wicked for Good. I have seen Wicked for Good. And I went to the theater to see it. And I really regretted it because it was very strange. It was very strange being there by myself, just like, yay, Wicked! Which I was not. I was just... And I will say this. It was pretty good. It was a good second half, but I have my issues with it. So we might talk a little bit about that. And there's a weird thing going on in the video game world with Call of Duty Black Ops 7. I don't play Call of Duty, but I am fascinated by it's just... Apparently, it really sucks, and I need to find out why, so we're going to investigate that together. So we got lots to talk about, but before we get to any of that, is Redoubt Productions here? I don't know if Redoubt Productions is in the chat, but hopefully he catches this on the restream. Well, maybe we'll just save this for later, but I have a little bone to pick with a certain cancel mob regarding K-pop demon hunters. So we'll just put a pin in that. You know, I have a problem. I have a serious problem. I click on things, okay? I click on things. No, hang on. Don't jump to any conclusions, okay? I click on things on YouTube, and it's just because it gets me. It's called clickbait. It gets me. It baits me. I just want to see one. I don't want to see like a lot of it. It's not really a big deal, you know? But I click on it, and then my feed fills up with it. Whatever it is I clicked on, now my feed is just absolutely full of it. I can't get rid of it. And this, I'll just show you what I'm talking about. This is what my feed has just filled up with lately. Okay, I got to share my browser. Hang on. Share sound. Share browser. Just completely filled up with stuff like this. It's really bad, chat.
When I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes.
Winnie, are you making a bed up there?
In words of wisdom, let it be.
I wouldn't call myself a cat guy. She's not a cat. She's not a human.
Oh, what a mischievous little furball.
Speaking words of wisdom, let it be.
So it's bad, chat. It's really bad. My whole feed just filled with cat videos now. I clicked on one, plus that one, just to show you. So I don't know. I don't know how to get rid of it. I don't know how to get them off my feed. Okay, let's get to our top story tonight. Let's get to The Legend of Zelda. Now, what's fascinating about this is we have become so used to the fact that DEI, that would be diversity, equity, and inclusion, that would be radical, far-left identity politics wackoism, has completely taken over the artistic world in the West so badly, and it's essentially a censorship regime. That's what you have to understand about this. It's a censorship regime. Okay, it's not about including more of something. It's about excluding something that they have decided is bad and has to be deconstructed and subverted. And not to put too fine a point on it, but simply having characters of European ancestry represented is bad, and we have to get rid of that. And honestly, it's spreading. This disease is spreading now to Asian media because Asian media is enjoying quite a bit of success because South Korea and Japan still continue to make very excellent content that is original and focused on their vision. And so now we're starting to get weird things happening, like, for example, Ubisoft in Assassin's Creed Shadows making a black guy the lead samurai in medieval Japan based on a completely debunked and apocryphal historical narrative about a black samurai which never existed. So in other words, they are erasing, censoring, and destroying actual history and the mythology of certain cultures that they have decided the scalp must be taken. Well, Nintendo just ain't having that. And they decided to cast... You want Darth Cat, Michael Archangel? Yeah, I'll grab Darth Cat for you. They decided to cast normal actors that look like... Oh, that's going to make them normal. What do you mean by normal? I mean normal. You know, I've been watching this press tour for the Wicked movie. Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande. These are two of the weirdest people on the planet, and that's saying a lot in Hollywood. These chicks have issues, serious issues. There's speculation that they're together, but the weirdest thing about it is I don't think that they are. I think they're just freaks. And this Cynthia Erivo chick is out of her freaking mind. It's so bad they had to cancel their press tour. And my point is, like, that's abnormal, okay? That's what... See, there's a great line in the film Star Trek Generations when Commander LaForge, Geordi LaForge, is taken prisoner by the evil Dr. Tolian Soren. And Soren is taunting him about his visor that helps him see. And he's saying, wouldn't you prefer a prosthesis that's a little more normal? That makes you look a little more normal. And Geordi says, what's normal? And Soren says, oh, that's a very good question. Normal is what everyone else is, and you are not. I've always thought that's a banger of a villain. That's a great villain line right there. Okay, so let's grab our top story here. Hat tip, Geeks and Gamers. Now, if DEI were actually just about including more of certain cultures, groups, or whatever, there would be nothing to see here. But because DEI is about rewriting history and dismantling traditions, dismantling norms, and really in particular, the most pernicious thing about it is it seeks to dismantle things that the majority of people like. So if most of the people are having fun with something, it's time to start dismantling that. And they will cloak this effort in a bunch of gobbledygook theory about, critical race theory and misogyny and the male gaze and all kinds of nonsense like that. But really, it's just a cover for what they really want, which is to take things away from people. Now, the wackos got it in their head that Hunter Schafer, a man who pretends to be a woman, was going to play the role of Zelda. Nobody wants this, except the wackos, of course. Normal people, regular humans, don't want this. Nobody was interested in this, and Nintendo, as it turns out, didn't want it. But they fed the media machine with this rumor that was going to happen. Well, then they cast a Zelda and a Link that look as normal and as accurate as possible, and now they're pissed. Now they're actually angry about this girl being cast as Zelda. They're angry about a girl getting a role for a girl. This is incredible. It should have gone to a dude. Didn't you know? Grab that for me, Mr. Producer. Here we go. Hat tip, Geeks and Gamers. Roll tape.
What's up, Geeks and Gamers? It's Jeremy.
Let me know if the sound is out of balance. I thought it was a little quiet last time, so I think it should be better this time.
Coming to you with another video, and today we are talking about the Legend of Zelda movie photos once again, because the internet has gone crazy over this. Now, I would say the heavy majority of responses have been overwhelmingly positive, but there has been some confusion and there has been some mental derangement, and we're going to talk about all of that. Now, I already made one video on this here on the channel, and I loved the set photos that we got. And context needs to be given to those set photos.
These set photos are gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
Even though I don't think it's necessarily needed. But right here, Krista, who, if you're looking for more information on the Zelda movie, she's on top of it over on her Twitter account. But Krista says Nintendo really had no choice in posting these images because of the leaks online. The full cast isn't even announced yet, and production just started 2 weeks ago. It's crazy to think that this is something we possibly weren't supposed to see just yet. And so the backstory there is that we had some leaked videos and photos from the set. And so that's what seems to have prompted Nintendo to release these official photos. And
the genius thing about this is I think this works beautifully in Nintendo's favor. This is so we have had every single intellectual property that has been beloved and adored completely destroyed and trashed by corporate, woke, crazy media. By truly stupid people who don't know what they're doing, such as Lauren Histrich of The Witcher, such as Leslie Headland of The Acolyte, such as Phoebe Waller-Forehead of Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, such as, I hate to say it, Dave Filoni, and increasingly Jon Favreau. We have had some extremely stupid people writing Marvel movies, Star Wars shows, Rings of Power, Wheel of Time. We have seen so many things destroyed that it's become normal. It's become normal. Think about it. Right now, as we speak, Amazon has just announced a new Stargate series, and already, you're terrified, aren't you? Everybody's wondering, are they going to totally wokeify this? Is there going to be like 3 trans characters, and they're going to go back in time to January 6th, and it's going to be terrible. They're going to have a fat black woman as the general. They're going to replace General Hammond, who is a fat he's kind of fat. But he's stocky, And they're going to have a fat Karen be the leader of the Stargate team. We're already afraid of it because it is the norm. It's the rule. This is the exception here with Legend of Zelda. This is a classic example. This is the exception that proves the rule. What does that phrase actually mean? The exception that proves the rule. Well, it means that the rarity and the anomaly of the exception is what reveals that there actually is a rule. If this is unusual, that they're simply casting the right actors for this, then that's the exception that proves the rule. Think of the Mario movie. I remember one of the criticisms of the Mario movie. This was such a weird story. There was all these media stories when the Super Mario movie came out that, something, that really weird fever dream in the 90s that we got with Bob Hoskins, that was actually more creative and interesting than this paint by numbers Nintendo movie with a Mario that actually sounds like the one in the game. How boring. And yet it made $1 billion and everyone loved it because it's what it should be. These crazies in Hollywood hate giving us what we want. They hate it. They are mad. If we get what we want as fans, they're like, we did something wrong. They shouldn't be this happy about it. What did we mess up? They don't even like it when we like their characters. We like Homelander, and they're like, why do they like Homelander? They're supposed to hate him. Well, he's interesting. He's not supposed to be interesting. He's the Orange Man. So anyway, roll tape.
So... Right.
I'm saying this is good for Nintendo because right off the bat, they are showing everyone that, look at this. We are going to make your childhood come to life. They look exactly like the video game. This is incredible.
Now, like I said, generally positive across the board, but there are some concerns about Zelda and her holding a bow and arrow from people that
there's not.
haven't played a lot.
I know that people are concerned about this. I'm not concerned about this at all. Zelda uses a bow and arrow in the games. She, that is already an established part of the lore. There's no issue with that.
Of Zelda games, but to be fair, I think that it's completely understandable and justifiable to question anything that's coming out of Hollywood right now because of what we've seen. I talked about this recently, but before Top Gun Maverick came out, I will never forget we were on Friday Night Tights talking about that, and all of us were concerned. I think we did a poll in the chat, and it did 60-70% of people said they're not interested in seeing Maverick. And this was all based on the fact that we assumed that Tom Cruise was going to be an old guy that, didn't have it anymore, and there's going to be some strong woman to come in there and take over. That's just what we assumed based on...
Yeah, he was going to be... this is the most incredible thing, too, about Top Gun Maverick. He was going to be like Indiana Jones or Jake Skywalker. He was going to be a sad sack loser, washed up. Everyone hates him. Nobody wants your brand of piloting anymore. Most of the movie was going to be him being led around by the nose by some female general who was telling him what a piece of shit he was. He was going to have, if he had kids, they hate him. They don't want to talk to him. If he had a wife, she's an ex-wife that hates him. That was exactly what. And most of the movie was going to be him screwing up and being hating wife and not caring about anything anymore, being a nihilistic loser, sort of waiting for death, like Captain Jean-Luc Picard in the first 2 seasons of Star Trek Picard. This is the classic trope. Now, the fascinating thing about this, for me as a viewer, was the first scene in Top Gun Maverick. It almost looked like they deliberately head faked you to think that Maverick was going to be this, because it's a little, my memory's a little fuzzy on it, but my basic memory of it is the opening image is his hangar, his airport hangar, but you don't know that yet. It's kind of like panning over some old dusty stuff. There's like a couch or something. I think you see him sleeping. I can't remember, but it kind of just looks like a garage, and it looks a little bit lame. And he kind of is getting up in the morning, and he's not on a hangar deck. You're not seeing a bunch of jets flying, so you're already starting to think like, oh, is he some loser that's like living in a garage somewhere? And then he pulls the cover off of his motorcycle, and he gets on his motorcycle and he drives to where he's going to be flying a state-of-the-art plane, and he's a freaking badass. And it's like, that was incredible. That was incredible. He is 100% the man he's always been. He still loves to fly. He's still the best at what he does. He's still, absolutely full of himself. He still kicks ass. But, the interesting thing, Carrie Smith, if you don't follow her channel, I highly recommend it. Carrie Smith has a really great way of framing it, because she used to be a woke wacko. She's a recovered. She's the rare example of one of them that came back and was cured and became a regular human again. And she loves to talk about how the woke hate joy. They hate joy. And the moment that anyone started to seem happy, they would start tearing that person down and picking apart, well, why are you so happy? Clearly you don't understand your white privilege or some bullshit like that. And so what I've noticed more than anything else, when they subvert these characters like Luke Skywalker and Indiana Jones and Jean-Luc Picard, like when Captain Kirk in the Strange New World show, when they subvert these characters, what they're really doing is they are robbing the character of their joy. Han Solo's a good example. Han Solo in Force Awakens, miserable, failed marriage, estranged son. They're miserable. These characters have no joy or love of what they do or what they practice. Luke Skywalker should have been a master Jedi in tune with the universe and at peace, loving, studying the Jedi lore. Like that's what we should have been introduced to. So for me, it's always the most striking quality of wokeness that the number one thing that it has stolen from the character is joy and love of what they do. Every single time. Wrangler with a $4.20 super chat. Thank you, Wrangler. Much appreciated. Much appreciated, sir. And I know, Michael Archangel, Japan doesn't give a crap about people outside the island, and I love that. Generally, yes, but they were starting to crack. Thank God they have a based prime minister, and they're starting to realize that the woke virus was the parasite was starting to spread to their island, and Japan was starting to have problems, the same problems England is having, and they've done a huge 180, and they've already put in place. They recently had a government council that put in place a new rule that they are not going to interfere. They do not want any outside interference with anime. They don't want any censorship of anime. Crowbar saying he has a lot of hope for the Zelda film. It's been so long since we had any hope. Yeah, I think, this is the thing I want to tell you, though. There is hope. There is hope. Not only this, but the fact that we have inflicted such pain and destruction on woke Hollywood over these last 10 years. It has made an impact. You have made an impact. We are going to take our culture back. You just have to understand it's a long, slow, and painstaking process. It is. Have you ever seen the film The Shawshank Redemption? The Shawshank Redemption, which is one of the great films of all time. It really is. And one of the number one, awesome things in that movie is that Andy Dufresne, who is innocent of his crime, but he's falsely convicted and he's in prison. And he is stuck in prison for 30 years. And the film is really just about him living his life in prison. But at the end of the film, it is revealed that in the very beginning of his tenure at Shawshank Prison, he procured a little rock hammer. It's a little tiny hammer for polishing small rocks. It doesn't for shaping and polishing small stones. It can't really dig you out of a prison, right? That's the idea. But it's revealed at the end of the film that he was able to escape because every day in his prison cell, he would chip away just a little bit of the wall, and he would deposit the dirt in the yard so no one would find it. And he just kept chipping away a little bit at a time, day after day, because what else was he going to do with his time? He didn't realistically think he was going to escape, but he just kept chipping away anyway. And then the day came after 30 years, he had dug a whole tunnel, and he made good his escape. My point is, we are like Andy Dufresne with that little rock hammer, and we are just chipping away at the madness. And you may think they may laugh at us now, but every flop, every video game that fails, every narrative that doesn't stick is one more piece of that wall carved out until one day we have blown a hole straight through woke wacko insanity. Let me tell you something. Wokeness is a parasitic ideology. It doesn't create anything. It doesn't have any real energy to it. Everything about it is based literally on lies. Everything about it is meant to deceive. Such an ideology is doomed to fail. That doesn't mean it doesn't have a level of power, because what it uses is force. It uses force and deception to try and gain control of society. But that is inherently a weak system for convincing people of things. And so we are Andy Dufresne with that rock hammer, and we are starting to see the pieces falling off of that wall. And it's time that we muster the troops, okay? What else was in the chat? Japan is a country of xenophobes with a Z, says Michael Archangel. Well, I think xenophobia is seeming just a little less... it's seeming wiser and wiser all the time, isn't it?
What we have seen from Hollywood over and over again. Now, thankfully, we were all wrong, and Top Gun Maverick was an amazing movie. So I understand where the concerns come from. It's okay to question these things, and it's understandable with where we are with Hollywood. But based on these images alone, and based on the franchise of Zelda, I don't think that is a concern. I mean, we've seen moments, and here's Flash. Flash has been responding to people a lot on Twitter. He's got some good videos on this, but it's not like we haven't seen Zelda over the years with her own kind of, I hate using the word agency because that's like a leftist fucking word, but
I would call it an active role. She's always had an active role in the narrative. Now, in the earlier games, she was mostly a MacGuffin. She was the princess you had to save, but she was also a guide and a counselor and an interpreter of prophecy. So she had a role analogous to like Galadriel in Lord of the Rings. So she's always had an active role. That's how I would frame it.
She's a little more than just an NPC character or a damsel in distress in some of the later iterations. This is from the Twilight Princess, and so that was a long time ago. So obviously, if you go back to the very beginning of the Zelda franchise, she was. But when you look at the timeline, don't get me started on the Zelda timeline. It is very complicated. It's not complicated if you understand all of the game.
Derpy is in the chat. Welcome, Derpy. Good to see you. Welcome aboard.
And if you play through all of them, but if you are not like completely in this world, the Zelda timeline is all over the place. It is completely all over the place. It feels like Nintendo was like, we just want to make a bunch of cool games in this world. Oh crap. We have to actually make a timeline now to make all of the people on the internet happy. And so they made a timeline. It's very confusing, but whatever. Point being is that
I need to look up
Zelda
that timeline
over the years in many situations. So this is not outside of what we've seen over the years, but I understand why people are concerned. The set photos look great. The casting looks great. The fact that they're shooting in New Zealand, I think that's a huge home run as well.
Decision.
So just if you are concerned, you should be. But I'm also saying that based on the images that we have, there is a precedent for what we see in those images. So I don't think that you're looking at like girl boss mentality or anything from that perspective. These shots look amazing. And what's even more hilarious is that the people that are obsessed with identity and having representation are really upset that a woman is in the role of a woman. They are losing their minds. They are melting down.
Exactly.
Right here, we have a video from Asmongold where he talks about it. And it's all because of Hunter Schafer, who these freaks wanted to play the role of Princess Zelda. And they didn't get their wish. It was never going to happen, by the way. And just to be clear, this is Hunter Schafer right here.
Ugh.
This is Hunter Schafer. This is what we're talking about. This is Hunter Schafer. These people wanted this to play Zelda. Are you kidding me right now? Let's play the clip from Asmon.
It's crazy that people thought they were actually going to cast a trans actor for like Zelda and Legend of Zelda. It would have caused so many problems.
Hail the Roach
King. It would
King.
have not been worth it. Rare Nintendo W. So this is...
First of all, it was never going to happen. The idea...
Yeah, see, and this underscores exactly the point I was making, which is that wokeness, this is a perfect example of exactly what I'm talking about. Wokeness is based on lies. Everything about it is based on optics and deception. It's based on convincing you of something that isn't true. And case in point, they were attempting to gin up a media narrative that Nintendo wanted Hunter Schafer and was considering Hunter Schafer as the role of Zelda. Because by projecting that narrative into the media, they were applying a kind of pressure, hopefully getting public support behind it and pressuring Nintendo into doing it. Because if you don't, we're going to come after you. If you don't, we're going to harass whoever you do cast. We're going to try and cancel you. But you see, it's a new day. And that shit just doesn't fly anymore.
Of Hunter Schafer being cast as Zelda is the same delusion as these people thinking they are a completely different gender. That's how delusional it is.
Agreed.
Mentally ill people having mentally ill
I think
thought.
we just need to go back to calling them chicks with dicks. I think that was a more fair, accurate term. Just chicks with dicks.
That's where the Hunter Schafer as Zelda nonsense comes from. It was never even remotely possible. It was a PR stunt, and a bunch of mentally ill freaks fell for it and now have built their entire life around it, only to be disappointed once again.
For the new, this right here, these are some of the scenes right here from the new Legend of Zelda movie. Is the casting for the characters good? Yes, it is good. The casting is great. I think this is perfect.
Context.
There were a lot of people who were unhappy about this because they thought that Hunter Schafer, who is a trans female,
Wrangler.
should play Zelda
Who's a man?
in the movie.
Eventually, Nintendo revealed the Princess Zelda actress for the movie, and Twitter had a collective meltdown. The very same progressive people started harassing the
Not
new
my
actress
Zelda. It's unbelievable, isn't it? I had this conversation. Okay, so something like a month and a half ago, maybe 2 months ago, when this whole thing came along, I didn't hear any of it. It was actually some Gen Z acquaintances of mine that were saying, hey, did you hear about how they're casting a trans actor to play Zelda? That's how they framed it. That's just internet said things. I believe and I said, what? Yeah, they're thinking about Nintendo wants to cast a trans actor. And I mean, and this was exactly the conversation. The conversation was, I'm fine with it. I don't see what's wrong with it. And everyone, it was going around the room, and these aren't like far left people either. It was going around the room, and everyone's like, I don't see what's wrong with it. I don't have a problem with it. And it came to me. And of course, I won absolutely no popularity contest because I immediately said, if that's true, that's insane. And they're like, what? What's the big deal? And I said, it's a man. That's the big deal. Oh, well, and they wanted to argue with me. They're like, well, I don't, if the person looks the part, that's all that should matter. And I said, that's a bullshit narrative that you've been brainwashed with. That is a way of, that is That is a subtle brainwashing technique that has been applied to our society to convince you of what is totally insane and irrational as being rational. And I think you're being too serious about this. And I said, I don't even know if this is true, but I'm just telling you that if this is true, it's a really bad decision. And I'm against it. I think it's a terrible idea. I think an actual female should be cast in this role. What does it matter? Isn't it acting? If the actor looks the part, then what does it matter? And so I just was like, all right, we're not getting anywhere with this. And so I just, I opted out of the conversation. But one young man approached me and said, no, I want to hear your reasons. I want to hear your reasons for why you're against this. And to his credit, he's just very curious and open, and he wants to hear he wants to have an actual conversation and actually listen to what you have to say. And so I was like, okay, I will tell you my reasons there, and I just started going through. I said, first of all, I think it's important that an actor that fits the role is given the role. And cosmetically looking like a woman is not the same thing as being a woman and being an actor who is portraying a woman, actor who's playing a woman. The whole point of a film is that it is meant to present an illusion of reality. And that's why women play women and men play men. Now, if the role were literally a film about a transgender character, that would be a different story. Then it would be an appropriate situation for a transgender person to play that character. I said, second reason. And I think I went through a few, but then I finally got to my fifth reason. I said, and my fifth reason, and perhaps the most important, I think it's a bad artistic choice to cast a trans actor to play Zelda. And there is nothing wrong with that. And my problem is this. If you say you're fine with it, great. But if I say I'm not fine with it, there's a subtle pressure, not always subtle, but there is a pressure in society that I'm somehow a bigot, that there's something wrong with me, which tells me that I'm being manipulated. Someone is attempting to manipulate and coerce me into agreeing to something I don't agree with. And I said, that is the problem. Because this is not about casting the right actor for the role. This is back when we thought the rumor was true. I said, it's not about that. This is 100% a political goal. This is a political operation to manipulate people. And I said, and I oppose that. If the conversation were, it's totally fine to be okay with it, and it's totally fine to be repulsed by it and not okay with it. If that were literally how the conversation went in our society, what everyone else in the room is arguing would make sense. Everyone else in the room is saying, oh, as long as she looks like a she, then we're fine. As long as she looks like the character, then it's fine. I said, but see, the problem with that argument is people are not allowed to disagree with it. That's the problem with it. I said, so this whole thing is based on a false narrative, but the most important thing is we're judging a piece of artwork here, and people have a right to say this is a bad interpretation of the artwork. And he was like, those are all very good reasons. And I said, of course they are. Of course they are.
Implying she looked like a man.
On the internet, there is a false sense that people are accepting of a lot of these trans and social issues. Because if you actually ask average people and see what average people think, I think that it's going to be very different. All it would do is it would just bother and make everybody mad. And I'm glad actually that they're going with, I read something about this recently. Nowadays, it feels like every film always has like certain actors in it. Bringing in a new actor that nobody knows anything about can really lock in an aesthetic that you don't really get whenever you just bring in.
I agree completely. And this is one of the many reasons why so many of us are happy with every decision that has been.
Well, that was one of the other reasons I gave him. I said, I don't agree that Hunter Schafer looks like the character. Hunter Schafer looks like a man dressed as a woman, which is what he is. So I don't agree with the room that he looks the part, because he doesn't. So that was another reason. I gave him every reason. And the amazing thing is, the other people in the room that were arguing against me, it wasn't even from a place of like actual like left-wing beliefs or anything. They were simply arguing the bullshit narrative that we have all been pressured to accept in our society. It was really analogous to arguing with blue pills, is sort of what it was like. Ganon, big god in a little coat, says Michael Archangel. That is a great... Chris Farley as Link. Ganon would have been good as Chris Farley as Ganon.
Been made up to this point with the casting of the Legend of Zelda movie. You have unknown actors that are being put into these iconic roles. When you have these iconic roles, these iconic characters, you don't need well-known actors. You need actors that look the part and are going to embody the iconic character. We don't need Pedro Pascal to be in this movie. We just don't. Doesn't mean that they won't.
And we sure as hell don't need Zendaya in this movie either. Oh my God.
Someone in the role of Ganon or something like that. But with Link and Zelda specifically, it was far better to have unknown characters to be put into these roles, because it's about the iconic characters and the iconic mythology of Zelda that's going to draw people in, not some big name actor.
This is what you don't want to have happen. This is what every Hollywood casting director, every Hollywood producer, investor has nightmares about. This is what they fear.
Oh my God,
They
Borderlands?
after 2 hours of sleep. They say, "Oh God, I thought I signed Borderlands."
Oh, that movie was so dumb. What an absolute waste of time, that Borderlands movie. Completely, no offense, derpy, but it was extremely derpy, that movie. And it was so pointless. It was a perfect example. It was a perfect example of modern IP mining slop. If you want like just one of the best examples, that Borderlands movie is perfect. Complete garbage plot. Just the laziest ChatGPT plot. Dumb millennial humor. Menopausal women cast in all the roles. It's just diverse. So diverse.
I thought I invested in Borderlands.
The difference in Borderlands versus what we have with Zelda movies so far is night and day. And so, yeah, this is going to continue. But I mean, like right here. Oh, boy. The freak out has been fun to watch, to say the least. But overall, like I said, if you're concerned about the movie itself, if you're concerned about what you're seeing from these images because you're tired of what Hollywood has done to so many iconic characters and IPs, I totally understand. And
thank you, Commander. Hat tip to D-Day Cobra and Geeks and Gamers there. That would be the commander. Now, the angriest man on the internet has a brief report, or is this Yellow Flash? No, this is the angriest man on the internet. He had a report about the meltdown. Because this is what proves that it's not about diversity, equity, and inclusion. Because if these were sane and rational people, and they were simply saying, hey, we would like our transgender chick with a dick to be considered for this role, and we'd appreciate that. We think this would be a great actor for the role. And then Nintendo came out with, thank you for your suggestion. We've went ahead and cast a beautiful young woman who looks exactly like the video game character. She's perfect for the part, and we've cast her. And they're like, oh, well, that's a bummer. We really thought Hunter Schafer would have been great, but we're glad that we got a great actress to play our favorite character, Zelda. That would have been a sane and rational response. And incidentally, that would have been the response if there was no agenda. If this was not about a political agenda, that would have been the response. Oh, well, they cast someone else. Okay. Well, she looks good for the part. Cool. But that's not what this is about.
It was a little bit shocking to a lot of people when Nintendo announced, after the success of the Super Mario Brothers animated movie, that there would be a Zelda movie. Well, that wasn't the surprise. The surprise was that it would be live action. That was the shocking thing, that they were doing a live action Zelda movie. And we recently got the first look at it. Now, of course, we saw some leaked images from behind the scenes that got out there. And after that, Miyamoto himself actually came out and said, hey, we're just going to show you the first look. We're just going to show you Bo Braggerson, who plays Zelda, and Benjamin Evan Ainsworth, who plays Link. We're going to give you guys, since it leaked out there anywhere, we're going to show you what they're going to look like in those roles. And by and large, a lot of people really like the way that these actors look as these characters. They love the outfits. They think it's going to be a really good adaptation. If people love Zelda, they're probably pretty hyped about it. However, not everyone is as excited. And could you guess why? Could you guess which faction of people might be upset about this? It might be the people with pronouns in their bios, the freaks out there. It might be those people who are mad. Why is that? Because Zelda isn't being played by a man. Because Hunter Schafer didn't get cast as Zelda. Now, this is a story that's been out there for a while. Hunter Schafer, a biological male.
They're so pathetic. Real talk. Why wasn't Hunter Schafer cast as Princess Zelda? Because Hunter Schafer is a fucking dude and looks it. And Nintendo does not want to lose $300 million. That would be the answer to your question. Unlike Disney, unlike every Western media company, Netflix and Amazon, they don't want to lose $300 million by pissing off their entire fan base in order to please blue-haired, septum ring-wearing wackos like you.
Who has transitioned and pretends to be a woman, right, is an actor. Hunter Schafer really wanted to play Zelda, and the thousands of trans people out there wanted that to happen too. Unfortunately, 99.9% of the rest of the people in the world thought that would be fucking ridiculous to have a biological man play the role of Zelda.
Pedro Pascal is the fairy. Regular. Oh, jeez. They don't put it past them. Don't put that in the universe, man.
But that hasn't stopped the people from still asking for it. A lot of responses from stuff like this. I would have preferred Hunter Schafer just the same. They were afraid of success. Afraid of success? Nintendo was afraid that they would make too much money if they cast a man to play Zelda? Is that...
Dude, see, this is how the penny dropped for me. I watched the Marvels, and I just watched just as our dear Starfield would say, just a sewer pipe of shit for so long that I watched the Marvels, and I'm thinking, I think that the people writing this stuff are really actually just very dumb, like very not bright. And then I see a comment like this, who's like, I just think Hunter Schafer, they're afraid of success. Oh my God. These people are dumb. These are stupid people.
The argument you're really...
And people like this are running the video game. They are the ones creating Dragon Age Veilguard. These are the ones creating crap like Borderlands and The Witcher Blood Origin. Like, these are the people. They are stupid people. And they eat glue.
Want to stick to? Maybe you should delete that and think again. Hunter Schafer deserved this role. Where's Hunter Schafer? Should have been Hunter Schafer. L for not cast Hunter Schafer. Should have been Hunter Schafer for sure. That is not Hunter Schafer. Hunter Schafer had a better chance of being playing Link, to be honest
more.
with you.
I want more.
We still haven't gotten over the fact that Hunter Schafer wasn't chosen. Hunter Schafer.
Dude, is watching these wackos melt down not delicious? Is this not just delicious? They're so stupid. They got their hopes up. God, it's so much. I just love the nastiest people in our society being denied what they want. It makes me very happy. It really does.
Schaefer deserved the Zelda lead, mind you. We wanted Hunter Schaefer. Should have been Hunter Schaefer. Always. And this is Master of the TDS, I think, collected these and put these out there. So shout out to Master of the TDS. But this is so stupid. And it shows you how delusional some of these people are about the grand scope of things. 99% of the world thinks you are fucking insane for wanting this.
That's such a great way to put it. That's just... Well, allow me to explain. 99% of the world thinks that you are insane for wanting this. And that's the problem. That's the disconnect, my dear wacko.
That's the truth. Normal people don't want this.
Regular humans.
There are roles out there for Hunter Schaefer. Hunter Schaefer in Euphoria plays a biological male who has transitioned into a woman. It's strange, I know, right? But that's the role that Hunter Schaefer plays in Euphoria. And that was a very successful...
How's the sound balance, Fu Man? Is it too loud? Is the angriest man too loud here?
...and highly touted show. Made Hunter Schaefer into a star. So Hunter Schaefer can find roles in Hollywood. It shouldn't be replacing females. And, I mean, a lot of them look like this too, right? People saying, hey, the Zelda actress looks really good. This is awesome. Switch EOS. So they were just going to move on from the biggest miscasting in cinema history.
How can these people be real? Hunter deserved the role, not some random girl. Listen to what they're such... God, they're just psychopaths, man. Some random girl. Well, I mean, for one thing, she is a girl. That's kind of a plus. Jeez.
Fast, huh? Hunter deserved the role, not some random girl boss who's been in films no one's ever heard of.
We're just gonna move on from the worst miscast in cinema history. These fucking wackos, man. They would have every single character be a trans character if they could. They would make absolutely everything. This is how we got the Looney Tunes, Chris. You remember those freak shows that Joe Biden was putting on at the White House during Christmas time a couple of years ago? Just fucking creepy clowns dancing through the halls of the White House, and you just had like, drag queens with weird shit on their heads. Fucking gross, man. And it's like, that's how we get this shit. Like, they would turn everything into that crap.
What do you think the ratio is here? 1.4 thousand comments to 79 likes. A lot of quote tweets. Just getting absolutely fucking annihilated. And the truth is, because you can put a bunch of makeup on someone, you can do a bunch of surgeries, you can do everything to try to appear this way. But ultimately, Hunter Schaefer is a biological man who is now identifying as a woman. Doesn't mean that people want Hunter Schaefer.
Yeah, look, live your best life. That doesn't mean I have to enjoy it. Doesn't mean I have to like it.
Most of people in society want Hunter Schaefer to be taking away roles from actual women. That's just the reality. That's the truth. And reality is not something that all of the people here are very well accustomed to. They deny reality every single fucking day. Yet unfortunately for them, they can't change their reality.
That was an absolute stem winder. That was a stem winder. From the angriest man on the internet, Ryan Canal. A man of such rage, of such unrelenting fury, As to, you must see it to believe it. I can never figure out how to finish that sentence. Some of them have to be trolling. There's no way that anyone with 2 brain cells to rub together would think that Hunter Schafer idea was serious, says Wrangler. Well, no, I don't think they're trolling. I think they're stupid people. That's what I'm saying. Believe me, I used to think this way. I used to think that there's something wrong here. I don't understand. Why would you just drive The Mandalorian season 3 completely into the ground? Why would you have Nick Fury making, sucking face with a scroll at the end of Secret Invasion? Why would why would you have Phoebe Waller-Bridge, one of the most annoying people in human history, taking up all this space in Indiana Jones? Why would you do this? Why would you name a movie Dial of Destiny? Why would you think that's a good idea? And then I get to the Marvels and it's Let the Flarkin Eat You and Black Girl Magic and all this crap. And I'm just like, no, I think I've got the answer to my question. They're really dumb people. They're really stupid. Like, let me give you another example. Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantum Nausea, which is one of the worst, it's probably the worst film in the MCU, in my opinion. And one of the worst films ever. I absolutely loathe it. And it was written by a guy named Jeff Loveness. Before he wrote this multi-million-dollar film, Jeff Loveness had basically written like a couple of short films, some lines for the jokes at the Golden Globes, and just about nothing else. I think he had like one other movie to his name. He was an absolute nobody. He did not. Mahler, the surgeon, had brought receipts in his video unpacking Quantum Nausea, which I highly recommend on Mahler's channel. And he was showing the footage from behind the scenes of how this guy, Jeff Loveness, didn't even have the script finished. He didn't even know where he was going with it. He was writing it as he was going. The guy was an incompetent boob. And he wrote garbage. Absolute trash. These are not bright people. And they're not good at what they do. And so these commenters that are upset about Hunter, these are the kinds of people that DEI lets in the door. People that are really pretty stupid, very much in their bubble, don't have any credentials. They get let in the door because of DEI, which is a failed ideology. Get ready for the Metroid movie, says Wrangler. Arnold Schwarzenegger is Samus Aran. My sound is from the voices of the angels. Why, thank you, Mark Angel. I've always heard that I have a face for radio. Redoubt Productions says, not going to lie, I've never played a Zelda game, so I suppose I'm a normie in this situation. Going to see the movie to be in with what's popular. I'm deplorable. Don't say things like that, Redoubt Productions. You're exactly who you need to be. Crowbar says, I predict Zelda breaks 2 billion and gets a sequel. 2 billion might be a long shot. I feel like that's a high bar, but 1 billion definitely seems in the possibility. It's definitely going to get a sequel, assuming that they're, this casting to me shows that they are trying to adapt what the fans want to see. I think that's what they're doing. Because there is just no way in our modern environment that they would have cast 2 white people that are attractive that fit the characters. That just doesn't happen anymore. So like that tells me that they are not having any of the noise. They're not hearing it. They don't care. Fu Man Blue says a wolf in sheep's clothing. Yes. The DEI wacko, that's exactly what they are. They don't give a crap about the things we care about. They don't care about Alien or Predator. They don't care about The Witcher. They don't care about any of this. They want to change it. They want to insert their crazy ideology into it because it's a platform. What they want is the platform. Why are there no shills for Rebel Moon, Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon? Because it's not a platform. Because nobody cares about it. That's why the wackos don't care. They don't care that it exists. They're not out there white knighting for it. They're not telling you that you should be liking it. They're not mad that anyone doesn't like it. They don't even know it exists because it's not a platform that they can assimilate like the Borg. Crowbar the Skull says, that's what I'm saying. If Nintendo was going to go woke, the stills wouldn't look that good. We know what they would look like. They would have a diverse... I'll tell you what they would look like. I'll tell you exactly what they'd look like. Do I have this, Mr. Producer? I've got it. This has got to find it. Yeah. I'll tell you exactly what that set photo would have looked like. Here we go. So I have too many screens. I'm getting another monitor soon, so that should solve some of this delay of game here. There we go. Yeah, this is what we would have got. Share screen, Mr. Producer. This is what the set photo would have looked like. The fucking Netflix presents Legend of Zelda. This was Nintendo. This was from the Snow White and the Seven Magical People back when it had a sanitized woke title. And then this set photo got leaked, and this was meant to be the dwarves, right? The idea was these were the replacement for the dwarves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then Disney said, "Oh no, those aren't the dwarves or the Seven Magical People. No, that's something. We have these CGI monstrosities to show you that are the actual dwarves. I guarantee you, this was going to be the replacement for the dwarves. This was 100% going to be the replacement for the dwarves. But the backlash to this caused them to revisit to like rework the whole movie." And they last minute stuffed in these creepy CGI dwarf. So Snow White is one of the worst films I've ever seen. And this is a big reason why. Because it was gonna be this, and they had to change it. And they made the seven, they're like the seven thieves or something. They're basically like the rats from The Witcher. They're like these seven obnoxious thieves that have no real good part in the movie. They're just... Anyway, this is what Zelda set photos would have looked like. So I think we're in good shape there. Fu Man Blue says, speaking of wolves, follow Captain Garrett's starfaring novel series Galaxyborn at www.galaxyborn.com and the swashbuckling sword and sails epic Blood and Oak on Amazon. Thank you, Fu Man Blue, for dropping those links. I appreciate that. Those dwarves look like something Tree Bear would make, says Fu Man. That's literal. All those actors were in the movie. They were in the Snow White movie. Now, they were going to be the magical creatures, but Disney had to pivot. They're so dumb. They lost so much money on that movie. That movie was such a disaster. Nintendo's like, hey, we ain't doing that. We're not about that life. We're not going to take an IP, an intellectual property like Legend of Zelda that is beloved, iconic the world over, classical adventure fantasy. We're not going to take that and flush it down the toilet in the name of woke garbage. We're just not going to do it. We're going to make a Zelda movie. We're going to cast a woman, an actual flesh and blood woman to play a woman. And we're also going to cast a male to play the male. And they're going to look like the characters in the game. We don't want to set a pallet of money on fire. Everything burns. Everything burns. Redoubt Productions noting that, yes, Blood and Oak is set during the most underrated era of American history, the Barbary Wars, the build-up to the War of 1812, the age of the 15-striped flag. You are so right about that, Redoubt. And yes, if you don't know, I'm currently working on my first novel in what is going to be a series of starfaring novels. It's military science fiction set 300 years in our future, in which mankind has faster-than-light travel and is exploring and colonizing the stars. And we're meeting all kinds of cool and dangerous species. And the setup to the first book, this is the tagline for the book, after a blood-soaked year of killing slaver cartels, all Captain Sadler and his Starship crew want is a little rest at home. Instead, a warlord of the Rokoi race launches a surprise attack with a big enough army to slaughter every man, woman, and child on their planet. So if you want to follow the updates, make sure you go to www.galaxyborn.com. Put in your email. That gets you on my email list. It's not super spammy or anything. Actually, I wish it were. I wish I had that kind of work ethic with this. But really, it's so that once we get closer to the actual launch of the sales campaign, I can notify you, and you will be first in line. And this is, of course, my cover artwork by the magnificent artist Pablo Fernando. He did Oh my God! I'm sorry, Pablo. If you ever Pablo Fernandez, I'm sorry. And this is my protagonist, Captain Cole Sadler, his first officer, Commander May Bayala, and the bad guy, Stragos. Yes. So much to come on that. Now, and that's how they would tell you back in the day in the 90s when they were advertising a website. They would say, go to www.bloodandoak.com. That's one more time. That's www.bloodandoak.com. Log on to the internet with your modem and go to that website. Go now. And so this is the site for Blood and Oak. And the hook for this story is, when his sister is kidnapped and sold into slavery by the Barbary pirates, a daring young Navy officer embarks on a suicidal quest for rescue and revenge. And by the way, the artwork in the background is also Pablo Fernandez. That's the flag he did for me. This is the first cover he did for me. Ain't she a beauty? It's available on Amazon. The first book has a magnificent audiobook voiced by Travis Baldry, who is also an author now himself, and has absolutely blown up as a narrator. So, yeah, you can check out both of those. So there you have it. Thanks for reminding me, Fu Man. I appreciate that. Now, I have a story just for you, Redoubt Productions. Let's see here. Now, I criticize the woke wackos a lot. I come after them a heck of a lot. Because I hate censorship. I hate when people are trying to ban things, censor things, propagandize. Nothing is more disgusting to me because I grew up with it. And it was actually not the progressive left specifically that was the worst offender when I was a kid in the 80s and 90s. Actually, it was more like this. So check out this story from geeksandgamers.com. K-pop demon hunters banned from a UK school after parent complaints. Now, this is what I had to be treated to when I was a kid, when it came to Dungeons and Dragons, Final Fantasy, King's Quest, like anything that had magic in it. Me, my friends, we always had to deal with stuff like this. K-pop demon hunters banned from a UK school after parent complains. I want that cat, by the way. I really need that cat in my life. He is so cool. He's like the coolest part of the movie. The BBC reports that Lilliput Church of England Infant School has banned its students from singing songs from K-pop demon hunters on school grounds. The lyrics report... Now, by the way, let me just pause here for a second. A school has the right to censor the content at the school. Like, so I'm not saying schools do not have the right. 'Cause it's not book banning. If a school makes the decision they're not going to have a book in their library, or a school board makes that decision, or if the parents that are, have children going there agree that they don't want it there, that's a separate issue. It's only it's government censorship is the issue. You can go and watch K-pop Demon Hunters at home, right? So I don't object in principle to a school making that decision, but I do object to the attitudes that resulted in this. Quote, the lyrics reportedly clash with the school's Christian values. A bunch of fucking boomers that don't even understand it. It's fiction. It's fiction. Leaving members of the community deeply uncomfortable with the mention of demons in the songs. Some of the students' parents weren't happy with a note they received asking the singing to stop because these community members associate demons with spiritual forces opposed to God and goodness. Close quote. Which in the film, that's the entire subject of the film. They stop the demons. That's the whole point of the movie. Like, if you watch the movie, they're stopping the evil demons from consuming souls. So this is basically what the woke are now. This is what we used to get from the religious conservative side. And this is, by the way, the reason that the woke took over everything. This is how it got so bad. This is why conservatism really fails in the culture, because of shit like this. Because art requires a certain level of openness. And I mean openness in the sense of being open to a broad range of views and ideas. And that is what art thrives on. And fundamentalists hate that. The reason the woke are so insufferable is because they're fundamentalists. Just like a religious fundamentalist, they have a doctrine. Their doctrine is their gospel. It can never be contradicted. And you'll notice how they practice all the same things that fundamentalists do. They shun people, they shame people, they excommunicate people. So I got my eyes on the censorious right too. So do not ever think that I don't have this principle applied across the board. I don't like censorship. I don't like holier than thou people telling me what's evil and what's not. Now, that being said, it's a religious school. They have a right to curate whatever content they want. But I'm just saying that this attitude is the reason why far left progressive wackos took over all of art. This is why. So anyway, they had a big melt. They don't, honestly, they do not understand the story at all. They just don't get it. And this is the risk. This is the risk. If the Matt Walshes of the world get 100% of their way, the pendulum is just going to swing all the way back. They're going to start banning things, and then society will again rebel. This kind of closed-mindedness really is also what I think led to the rise of atheism and materialism in the Western world. This is a big driver of it, is the inability to just relax and have... Did you know when you were a kid, did you know other kids that had parents that would not let them celebrate Halloween? I did. I knew lots of kids in school that were not allowed to celebrate Halloween because it was like evil and it was like about the devil and it was like just people having fun, okay? So like that attitude is what leads to the left winning, in my view. Now that doesn't mean you have to surrender your principles. I'm just telling you. Ridout Productions says, I wonder how they would handle Friernan beyond the journey's end. They don't understand the plot of the movie, right? Did we find a lost chapter of the Satanic Panic somehow still alive in the dark corner of the old British Empire? The Satanic Panic has gone absolutely nowhere. It's just been drowned out by the woke panic. The woke panic has so taken things over that those that still panic about, this type of thing, they're still out there. They're still upset about things like this all the time. So I think the danger is that any kind of it's hard for me to really push back on this, because what are you supposed to tell someone? That your objection to this is wrong? Well, I mean, you can object to anything, really. But what I'm saying is that if you say things like anime is satanic, all you're going to do is hand the culture right back over to the left. A bunch of tyrannical, censorious, absolute tyrants. Seth Skorkowski does a great documentary about the satanic panics as Michael Archangel. That's right. I think you mentioned that last time. I need to check that out. I really do. Okay, so I just thought you would find that amusing. Ridout Productions. Okay. A bunch of holy roller boomers that are like, oh my God, this is about demons. That's bad. It's about stopping the demons. It's about stopping them. It's like, the songs are literally how they defeat the demons. They sing the songs to beat the demons. It's so dumb. Now, if this were about like Berserk, now then I'd be like, okay, yeah, ban that. No child should be reading or seeing Berserk. Like, no child, that is not for children, or really anyone. Like, no one should read. I shouldn't be reading Berserk. That would be a different story. But K-pop Demon Hunters, come on, have a little fun. Okay, what else do we have in the stack of stuff? Oh, yes. Okay, let's cover this one. All right, Fu Man Blue. So your beloved Stargate is getting, I think this would be the 4th series, because we had the original series, Atlantis and Universe. Am I forgetting one? Now, I know what you're worried about. I know that you're worried that Amazon is going to IP mine Stargate. They're going to woke. It's going to be Kurtzman Stargate, right? It's going to be like Kurtzman Track or Rings of Power Stargate. It is a possibility. I won't lie to you. It is a possibility. We live in the world we live in, but this might encourage you. So I found this post on X. This is from Joseph Malozzi. He writes, Stargate returns. Yes, it's true. 14 years after the franchise aired its last episode, SGU's Gauntlet, a new Stargate series has been greenlit by Amazon, and it's not a reboot or a wholesale reimagining that will wipe the slate clean on 17 seasons and some 350 hours of Stargate history. It's a new series that will be the perfect jumping-on point for the first-time viewers, while at the same time honoring the existing past. And the reason for this is because this new series was created by longtime franchise veteran Martin Garrow, who worked on SG-1, Atlantis, and Universe, writing such notable fan favorites as, quote, The Storm, The Eye, Duet, First Strike, Be All My Sins Remembered, and many more. Any of those episode titles ring a bell, Fu Man? Quote, joining the production of this new series is Brad Wright, co-creator and co-showrunner of all that came before, SG-1, Atlantis, and Universe. So just to recap, they've got Martin Garrow, who is a writer for many of the fan favorite episodes on all 3 series. They have the former co-creator and co-showrunner of those 3 series, Brad Wright, returning. Martin has kindly offered yours truly a role on the project as well, and I have happily accepted. So that would be the poster here, Joseph Malozzi, who will be working on this new Stargate series. Martin has been developing the show for a while now. A little over a year ago, he reached out and asked, want to read something cool? That something, it turned out, was his pilot script for the new Stargate series. Now, I obviously can't say too much about the content at this point, but I can assure you that it embraces everything that made the original Stargate so great. Heart, humor, rich mythology, exploration, action, adventure, compelling and endearing characters, and that overall sense of optimism and fun that made you fall in love with Stargate. You are all in for a treat. Eventually. Now, putting this production together is going to take some time, even though Martin has already done a lot of the preliminary heavy lifting. Writing the pilot script and series overview that details the show, its world and characters, as well as his plans for the first season and beyond. Between now and the series premiere, somewhere down the line, the writer's room must be assembled, stories need to be spun, scripts written, prep started, crew hired, actors cast, and eventually a new Stargate series produced. It will take a while, but Martin shares my philosophy when it comes to dialing in the fandom, so expect to receive updates throughout the prep, production, and post-process, concept art, behind-the-scenes photos, videos and insights, breaking news, and much, much, much more. Get ready. We're heading through the gate one more time. Chevron 8 is locked. So, now this is Joseph Malozzi. I just want to check his profile page here for a second. Showrunner, executive producer, writer of Dark Matter, Stargate SG-1, Stargate Atlantis, Stargate Universe, and crime show enthusiast. This is his blog. Let me go to IMDb. I just want to look up his IMDb jacket here. Did I spell that wrong? Is it two Z's? Two Z's. There it is. Yeah, so this is the guy. So this is the guy whose report I just read. Joseph Malozzi, writer and producer, known for Stargate Atlantis, Stargate SG-1, and Dark Matter. Can't say I'm a fan of Dark Matter, that show, but it's just too soap opera for me. Speaking of, I never watched the end of The Walking Dead, which I used to be a giant fan of that show, and then I really fell off after the Negan seasons. And I just watched a YouTube video explaining how the show ended, and I got to tell you, the YouTube video was like 7 minutes long and just summarizing the ending, and I was still bored. I was like, no wonder I stopped watching this show. And then someone in the comments described it perfectly. They said, wow, a soap opera with zombies for 14 years. I'm like, exactly. It just turned into a total soap opera. And it was getting increasingly DEI, by the way. Make of that what you will. Now, Fu Man Blue says, the intention of the creators was never my concern. It's the studio that will ruin it no matter what, unless the story is written with feminism and DEI already. Well, I understand your concern, Fu Man Blue, and I understand your caution. But then you've got to look at Chris Pratt getting Terminal List made, and it was like balls to the wall, like no holds barred, military, shit hits the fan action. And it was Chris Pratt just being all man. You know what I mean? And he's hated right now. He's hated in Hollywood. So, and then you have Reacher, which, and I will say Reacher has its problems, but more or less it is a by the numbers masculine action show. And people love it. And it pretty much kicks ass. So I think it's, if it were on Hulu and Disney owned it, I would probably agree with your concerns. But the fact that Amazon is capable every now and then of making something that's pretty good is a good sign. And actually, I will give you a third example. The Fallout show, which is badly written and full of problems. However, the problems the Fallout show has, it's not so much the DEI wacko crap. It's more just bad writing. It's just slop. It's not even bad writing. It's sloppy writing. It's just really sloppy writing in Fallout is the problem. But Lucy is a likable character who's often vulnerable, and she's cute and she's fun. that's not a woke girl boss. You know what I'm saying? Like they 100% would have done some annoying feminazi girl boss if it were a totally woke show. Lucy is she's actually one of the reasons I'm so disappointed the show sucks so much, because she's a very likable character and I like her a lot and she won me over in a lot of ways, but the show is just so badly written that I can't enjoy it. It's got its problems, but I'm just saying, I think that if you've got the right writers behind this, I think we're in good shape. I think this is a reason to be optimistic, Fu Man. Now, you can choose to be pessimistic if you want. That is your right, sir. And I would not begrudge you that right. But again, let's just review the facts. Joseph Malozzi, a showrunner, a co-showrunner, or at least a producer. Was he a showrunner? I think he said he was. He was a producer on the original 3 Stargate shows. He is returning to the series. He's got Brad Wright, the co-creator and co-showrunner of the original 3 series. He's got Martin Garrow, who is longtime writer of many fan favorite episodes, and all 3 of them are saying they are committed to making the fans happy. They are committed to maintaining the same motifs, themes, and tone. So I think that there's a lot going on here. Let me give you some more evidence, Fu Man, okay? Because there were comments. There were fans, rightfully, like you, very unpersuaded, who pushed back on him. So you have this guy who said, so I assume their honoring will work the same way it did with the Second Age of Middle Earth, and then posted this emoji, this GIF. And Joseph Malozzi said, don't recall working on that one. Referring, of course, to Rings of Power. Let me find, here we go. It's bad because that one was also proudly announced by Amazon, which you, as far as I can see, represent. Let me see if he replied to that. I don't think he did. I don't think he replied to that. But yeah, he's basically Joseph Malozzi he's poo-pooing that. I don't envy you your DMs today, said a guy on his page. He's like, and then he said, 5 hours later, I'm honestly ready for bed. What else here? There's a lot of like questions that are just about lore and theories, which are on here, which all are pretty good spirited, and he's engaging with all of those. I'm just curious if was there any other pushback here? Okay, here's a good one. So one fan replied, I heard a lot of buzzwords in the announcement like, quote, for everyone. Are we going to get lectures or discussions? I'd argue the original Stargate did the latter well, but I'm worried Hollywood has lost the ability to tell the difference. And Joseph Malozzi replied, the quote, for everyone is meant to convey the fact that one will not have to be an expert on Stargate lore, 350 episodes or so of history, to enjoy the show, but will get in on the ground floor. Conversely, knowledgeable fans will nevertheless also be rewarded. So they're right there, Fu Man. There's a fan saying, like, is this like... What he's basically saying is, do you mean for a modern audience when you say for everyone? And Joseph Malozzi's like, he's saying, no, I just mean you don't have to have seen every episode to enjoy the show, but if you're a longtime fan, you're going to be rewarded. With your knowledge will be rewarded. Let's see. Now, you're right. This is early in the development. He said that himself. It is possible Amazon studio interference could happen, but it's hard for me to believe that 3 of the OGs are attached to this and it's going to be dog shit. That's hard to believe. Most of these comments are about fan speculation. I don't know, Fu Man. I think there's a lot to be encouraged by here. You've got an OG of the original 3 series if I got this for the new Star Trek, like if I found out that there was going to be a new Star Trek show with Terry Matalas running it and Rick Berman and Brandon Braga were attached, and you had a post like this from Ronald D. Moore, who's saying like, oh yeah, I'm working on it too, and let me just tell you, this is going to, and he was talking like this, and he's like, Brandon Braga's on it, Terry Matalas is on it, I'm on it. I'd be over the moon. I would be over the moon excited. That's like all of the originals working on it. And I think that's what you're getting here. You're getting the original creatives behind Stargate assuring you that they care about. And by the way, Joseph Malozzi could have been churlish about, he could have pushed back and said like, oh, are you a bigot? He could have been, I don't think that's what we're dealing with here. Fu Man says, I like what Joe is saying, but this isn't proof that Amazon won't do what they do. He doesn't know what will happen, which, that's fair. Some caution makes it. Look, even with Legend of Zelda, right? We are cautiously optimistic. Before it comes out, we will get articles announcing that showrunners are leaving the project. It's a possibility. We'll see, Fu Man. I don't think Amazon is more of a... I think neglect is our ally when it comes to Amazon. That's one of my favorite philosophical motifs of The Count of Monte Cristo, one of my favorite all-time films with Jim Caviezel. When they're when they're enacting their escape plan to get out of the Chateau d'If prison, Edmond Dantes is being taught by the priest who tells him that the neglect of our prison warden and our prison keepers is our ally. Right? We will exploit that neglect. I don't think Amazon is as actively woke the way that Disney is. In other words, I don't think that the studio, I think they just want to make money. And they just put people in positions that they think are going to do that. Sometimes they're total wackos. Sometimes they're pretty competent and talented. And sometimes they're extremely based, like in the case of Reacher or The Terminal List. And so I don't think Amazon I think they're aloof in that way. I don't think they really care as long as it's getting them the buzz they want and it's getting them the clicks and the interest. That's my feeling. That's my sense of how Amazon runs things. I think they are the reason, to the extent that they have some of these woke wackos producing rings of power, is because they're neglectful. Just look at Twitch. I think if Jeff Bezos were anything like as effective a leader as Elon Musk, for example, I think Jeff Bezos would be reading the Twitch team the riot act. I think Jeff Bezos would be firing everyone associated. He would be firing that CEO over the SA situation with Emiru at the TwitchCon, and then the other SA situation with that poor guy that was molested by these two crazy psychopathic chicks. Just all the crap that's going on with Twitch. I think that Jeff Bezos would probably, I don't know, at least someone at Amazon would care. But I don't think they even know. I don't think they even know what's going on. They just think Twitch is one of their it's one of the things they own, and it just does what it does. And I think that Prime Video is the same thing. It's one of these things they own. They don't really care too much what's going on, so long as it seems to be working from their perspective. So I think we have a lot to be... Now, if this were through Hulu, deep doo-doo. Deep doo-doo. If this were a Disney property, we are in big trouble. If this were on Paramount, and it's not a Taylor Sheridan show, deep doo-doo. I think we have a shot, Fu Man Blue. And by the way, I'll give you one more good silver lining for the new Stargate series coming out. The fact that there's a new one going to come out and it looks like it's probably going to be pretty faithful to the source material, it's extra motivation for me to watch the other three series and become a total Stargate fan. So there you go. Jennifer Sulk is gone, so who knows, says Fuma. Exactly. Michael Archangel said the Roach King had a great video 3 months ago about the loss of masculinity in video games. Posted it on Discord. We might just have to watch that. Thanks for the suggestion, Michael Archangel. I will consider it. So I'll talk a little bit about Wicked for Good. Probably not the right crowd for it, but yeah. So as you know, if you've watched this channel for any length of time, to my own surprise and shock, when I went to see Wicked last year, I thought it was going to be just a woke trash fire, just a really obnoxious, terrible film. And it was actually pretty good. It was a musical fantasy film, and it was pretty fun, pretty interesting, pretty good story, and I even liked some of the musical numbers, so I was cool with it, and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot. It was one of the better films of last year. And so it was with some excitement and anticipation that I was looking forward to seeing Wicked for Good and seeing the conclusion. And I don't really know the story, so it was a surprise to me what's going to happen. So I went to see it last week, and I have to tell you, it was good. It was like, I would say it's like a 7 out of 10 for me. It was a decent enough ending. That being said, as I'm watching the film, okay, I started to notice something about the musical numbers in the film. As I was watching it, the first film had some annoying musical numbers where people are just breaking into song randomly for a few lines, and then they go right back into just speaking normally, which is very obnoxious. I really hate that. If it's going to be a musical, just have it be a complete song, and then we go back to, dialogue, and then we have another song with a set piece. That's the way that I think musicals are fun for me. Right? Like the way Disney animated films used to do it was really cool. You'd have Scar singing his evil villain song with the hyenas, and then it's back to our regularly scheduled program, right? Now, the first half of Wicked did this pretty well for the most part. The second one, I felt like the songs were very broken apart. They were very kind of random. You'd get a few bars of singing, and then it would go back to dialogue, and then a few more bars, and then it would go back to dialogue. And it all just was very forgettable to me. There was only one musical number I really liked, which was when Elphaba and Glinda are singing. They're singing a song with the Wizard of Oz, and Jeff Goldblum had a really great musical number in this, and I really enjoyed the Goldblum a lot in this movie. That was the only one. All the other songs were really kind of forgettable, and I couldn't even get into the melody at all. And it's not even why I go to see a movie is to get into the music, but that was what the first one had going for it. The second thing I noticed about Wicked for Good is that it is very the first one had a story I could sort of get on board with. It's about an outsider. She's kind of thought of as a freak by everybody. She goes on this journey to meet the wizard, and he turns out to be a fraud, and she winds up this persecuted bad guy, In the second, and I get on board with all that. Now, the second one was all about how Glinda and Elphaba are just the bestest friends ever, and they love each other so much, and they've changed each other's lives for the better. Now, some of that was fine, but after a point, I was like, "Oh my god, these chicks!" I was totally "Oh man, oh my god!" And they're just petting each other, they're singing to each other, and they're crying for each other, and they're just saying goodbye and "I love you," and I'm just "Oh my god, these women!" I couldn't take it anymore. So the second one was not as good as the first one. The ending was fine. I was fine with the ending. I was curious, though. I pulled up a synopsis of the book because I've never read the book Wicked, and I was I wanted a comparison, how close is the musical to the book? And it turns out the book is much more grounded. There isn't this love triangle going on in it. It's much darker. It has a much more menacing ending, and that sounded more interesting to me. I was the book, I should read the book. The book actually sounds way more interesting, but it's darker and more menacing. And the musical, which the film is based on, very much had kind of a Disney ending. That's it's meant to make you happy. Now, I thought there were some things in it that were very cool. Like the creation of the Tin Man was very cool. The explanation of why the Wicked Witch of the East was the Wicked Witch of the East. The creation of Dorothy's magical shoes. There also were some jokes about Dorothy because Dorothy is in it, but she's essentially an off-screen character. You just see her from like afar as she's, walking off down the yellow brick road. You hear her in the distance in a scene. You see her shadow on the wall, but you don't ever actually see Dorothy as like a character. And so like some of the jokes, like Glenda's like, it never ends with that girl. That was pretty funny. I will say this, though. There's a weird kind of character assassination of the Dorothy character. Dorothy is the hero of the original musical. She bravely confronts this evil bitch that wants to, kill her. Just because she's just trying to get home. She's trying to help the Cowardly Lion. She's trying to help the Scarecrow. She's just trying to get back to her family. And this crazy old bitch on a broom is trying to take her out. And she bravely confronts this witch and defeats her and saves the kingdom. Now, in Wicked, they basically show you that Dorothy was a dumb as fuck farm girl. Okay? A dumb as fuck farm girl who's annoying to everyone and was totally manipulated by both Glinda and Elphaba and was mostly an annoyance. And had no clue what was going on around her and was just a useful idiot. That bugs me a little bit. That bugs me. It's typical. It's typical of the modern world we live in. Elphaba's the hero. That would be the Wicked Witch is actually the good guy. And Dorothy is a dumb farm girl who just, whatever. She's a tool. She didn't know what she was doing. Was it the gayest Wizard of Oz ever, says Fu Man? I mean, it was no more gay than the first one. It was no more gay than the first one. But I will say that watching Prince Fiyero, making out with Cynthia Erivo after seeing her as this creature on the cover of, was it GQ, I think? It kind of grossed me out a little. I'm going to be honest with you. It was super gross watching Fiyero just be super hot for her. So now that leads me... what else? That leads me to the very bizarre, very weird situation going on with the two actors of the film, which, the craziest thing to me about Cynthia Erivo, this wingnut, is that she's a pretty good actor and she's a great singer because in the movie, Elphaba seems roughly normal. She seems like a roughly normal, insane human being. And of course, Ariana Grande is very charismatic and likable as Glinda and an amazing singer in the film. But these two wackos in real life are nuts. The cheese has slid off the cracker. So this is like, if I can get this to load, okay, this was them in an interview, and they got freaked out when a helicopter went by.
Not the time, helicopter!
And Cynthia Erivo starts having a panic attack. Ariana's yelling at the helicopter. Which is crazy. I lived in Los Angeles, okay? The helicopters never stop. Ever. There's always helicopters buzzing overhead.
Go. Hey.
What? What is wrong with them? They're wackos, man. And then they're always petting each other like they're lovers. It's just so bizarre. Oh, that's a great meme. Oh my god. Oh, and they had Cynthia Erivo. This is her playing Jesus. Can you believe this? The picture that is on the screen of Cynthia Erivo compared with the witch from the film The Witches in the 90s, I think. Cynthia Erivo is playing the character of Jesus Christ in this picture. And she's a full blown, and I don't like this. I don't like the use of this word at all. To me, it's analogous to when the woke say bigot, racist, misogynist. But this is one occasion where I'm willing. She looks like a demon because she does. She literally looks like one. And she's supposed to be playing the Messiah. Okay, and it's so bad that people are making parodies of it. Okay, so check this out.
Study. Yeah. Where are you?
So these two girls made a TikTok parody of Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo and the way they act in interviews.
Chose to do with the roles was something that I think that should be studied.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
Dayton, Ohio.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Dayton, Ohio.
Did I say something wrong?
It has been an honor to stand by Cynthia during this hard time. I mean, her battling cancer.
Oh no, I'm just bold.
I'm sorry, I'm a little hungry.
Oh, she's hungry. This is okay.
Oh my god.
She knows everything. She even knows, she understands the black experience. I don't think you understand. She's a chameleon. She's a shapeshifter. She knows more about being black than I would say even I do.
Okay, love you. I love you.
Nobody and all of my...
Girl, you know I hate that
Dude, Saturday Night Live used to do this. It used to be Saturday Night Live that had this role in our pop culture, and now you have to have women on TikTok making this amazing parody. Dude, this is exactly how they've been acting. It is so bad. It is so bad that they had to cancel the tour. Okay, here is Hat Tip Yellow Flash with a report on this.
This weekend, Wicked for Good comes to a theater near you. So this is part 2 to the movie that came out last year that did really good in theaters. I'm sure this one is going to do good as well. But theater owners in Hollywood are a little concerned with the press tour. So I think that they decided, hey, maybe we should separate these two and keep them off camera, because there's been something weird going on with these two since the last movie. I mean, people were making fun of it last time.
I honestly think that, in all seriousness, when you celebrate mentally ill behavior on a regular basis, you actually kind of encourage bizarre behavior like this. Crowbar the Skull saying Pazuzu playing Jesus. That's a good one. I have no idea who Pazuzu is, but I assure you that is an excellent observation. Fu Man Blue says everyone is saying it was the Choppa. Yeah, exactly.
Because they're all over each other. I think they're hooking up. I can't think of any other reason why they do this. But people were making fun of it last year. This was a big clip last year. And it kind of sums up the whole thing. Check
that
this
was
out.
from last year. I didn't.
What we chose to do with the roles was something that I think that
really strange. It didn't affect the movie. The movie did fine. However, now it's
thank you, Crowbar. Pazuzu is the demon from The Exorcist. You know, that's one film I've never seen. I've never seen The Exorcist.
been announced that Cynthia Erivo has lost her voice and will not be doing...
See, then I was correct. Even without knowing who Pazuzu was, I knew Crowbar the Skull was correct. I knew that he was. I didn't even have to know. Because I trust my crew implicitly. My dear sailors and starnauts of the Swords and Starships channel.
Interviews at the Wicked for Good premiere in New York tonight. Ariana Grande will also be skipping interviews in solidarity. And I have to wonder if, because keep in mind, last month, October, and so far even into this month, because we've had a bunch of flops already, I think the studios are nervous. And Allening from Film Threat echoes kind of what I'm thinking here. The press tour was making people not want to see Wicked. Everything they said is not in the film. This news is the best thing that could have happened. So I do wonder if the studio said, hey, yeah, we just want you guys to just chill and not do any press, because every time you do it, it makes these weird viral moments like this one right here. I got a couple of them pulled.
That's so funny. It's like the studio's like, could you just not be creepy motherfuckers while we try and make some money? Would that be too much to ask? Could you stop fondling each other in every fucking interview and acting like complete wingnuts while we try and just get this movie out? You know, could you do that? Could you just act sane and normal? You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the character of Ari in Entourage, the HBO show Entourage, which is about a guy who becomes a celebrity in Hollywood. And it's based on the life of Mark Wahlberg loosely. It's inspired by the life of Mark Wahlberg. He's one of the creators of the show. And the guy brings his 3 childhood friends with him to Hollywood, and they just get into all kinds of bullshit. And Vince, who's the actor, his agent, played by Jeremy Piven, is the reason to watch the show, Ari Gold. And he is a ruthless Hollywood asshole who will do anything. He will throw his own mother under the bus to make a nickel. You know, he's just that character. And he loves to just read people the riot act for fucking things up. He's like, you need to shut the fuck up. You know, he just goes crazy on him. And that's what I'm thinking, like, Ari Gold must have read these to the riot act and is like, you're not doing any more press junkets.
Look, these are all from this year. These aren't from last year. And they're really, really weird. This is just pure cringe. I'm going to show you a couple of them. Check this one out.
It's been a pleasure spending time with you. It's been a pleasure getting to know you, and I hope you will be there for the rest of my life.
I hope you'll let my French be one of the things that you're learning.
Okay, here's another one, and this is a really strange one. So notice Ariana Grande's necklace here, right? Does anything look wrong with that? No.
So, Fu Blue said, I hate these women as much as I mean, I don't hate them, but they're wingnuts. Like, they're total whack jobs. It was the question that she was asked just as it flew over, not the helicopter. Yeah, I get that. But the point is, they were having a whole meltdown, and she's sitting there talking to the helicopter. It's weird, man. That's why it's weird. But I mean, yes, fair enough. There's probably missing context. Look, honest to God, it does not even matter to me what triggered. This is weird behavior, and I think we can all agree on that.
It looks fine, but check this out.
Even through this press tour, something's bothering her. She's gonna fix something.
What?
She's getting the fixing itch that Cynthia Erivo gets.
It's not there.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, because the thing is,
I would be terrified that this wacko was going to slit my throat with those nails. Like, this is terrifying. She's got these freaking Edward Scissorhand blades at the end of her fingertips, and she's sitting there adjusting Ariana's collar, and it's like, don't snip my jugular here.
Biggest pinch me moment for each of you on the set? Was it the day you arrived on the set, or some special moment that happened during the filming of this for each of you? What was the biggest?
I think that they are high on ecstasy. I think they're high on Molly. I think that's what's going on here. They're like, oh my God, everything's so pretty and so pettable. They're just petting each other. It's so bizarre.
Just wanted to touch her. I'm going to touch her. It's almost like she's claiming her territory, which is why people think that they're hooking up. I wonder if they're going to announce they're in a relationship. Yeah. not the.
They both need a Wendy's triple, large fry and a large frosty. Michael Archangel, I literally just I splurged on some Burger King last night, and I really regretted it because I entered everything I ate into MyFitnessPal, and it was a catastrophe. It was a complete disaster. I've been working out every day and just really watching what I eat, and then I was like, I just blew up my whole week. And so I made the decision today for 30 days. Well, maybe not even 30 days, maybe for 90 days. I'm not eating anything from a restaurant, just no restaurant food, period. And then you have to go and put that out of the universe that maybe I need a Wendy's triple, a large fry, and a large frosty because that sounds so good. That sounds so really good. Actually, a Dave's triple. God, I love cheeseburgers. I love cheeseburgers so much. They're maybe like they're almost my favorite food, except for pizza.
A lesbian fantasy that I'm sure many men have.
And you know the worst part about it is, I really don't even like how many cattle have lost their lives because of me. I really, I love animals. I'm not going all PETA on you. But I do love animals, and I regret that I have to eat them. I really do. I regret that I have to eat them. I wish I could get the burger without having to eat the poor animal. You know what I mean? But they're so good. It's not my fault they're so damn tasty. Between the nutrition factor and the financial factor, says Redoubt, fast food is almost unappealing to me nowadays. Well, I envy you, Redoubt. It should be. It's honestly garbage. And shitification has affected every single fast food chain with maybe the exception of Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A might be the only one. I have eaten every fast food place I've eaten at recently. You name it. Taco Bell, Burger King, McDonald's, to be fair, has always been garbage foods. It just tastes like McDonald's, McDonald's has tasted like McDonald's my entire life. When I was a kid, McDonald's tasted exactly how it tastes today. So McDonald's is an exception, but every other, even Jack in the Box. I used to love Jack in the Box burgers. Now I eat this. It all tastes like garbage. I never feel like I made a good decision. I'm not just talking about the calories or anything. I literally don't even feel like it was delicious. I didn't even get to enjoy the delicious factor. You know what else? Pizza. I used to love Papa John's pizza, and ever since they got rid of actual Papa John, they drummed him out of the company because he said something. He got canceled for he may have, during a company-wide training call with the entire board on the phone and thousands of workers, in passing, purely as an example of what not to say, he may have dropped the N-word once or a couple of times. And so they threw him out of the company. And now the pizza is trash. And Pizza Hut is trash. It is garbage. Pizza Hut used to be such good pizza in the 90s. It was great. It was the gold standard. Burgers over pizza, says Michael Archangel. Depends on the burger, depends on the pizza. Raising Cane's is pretty good. It's actually only if you dip it in sauce is it good. I think Popeyes is still pretty good chicken. I actually think the chicken at Chick-fil-A is better than Cane's, for sure.
This is definitely not going to be cropping up in anybody's top 10 on Pornhub, I can tell you that. It just gets even stranger.
Jeez.
Look at this. So here's this guy. He grabs a hold of Ariana Grande, and it's almost like Cynthia gets mad that he's on her territory. Watch his shit.
Today we get to do popular.
Oh, the music.
It's so great. That joy he wanted to use in every.
Oh my God.
Now somebody added that music, and
no, the music is great.
But
it's like a horror movie.
Still, it's just strange, man. This is not I can't think I've ever done anything like this with a close friend of mine. This is just...
Here's one theory about what might be operating here, because in a couple of these clips, I think Ariana Grande looked uncomfortable in like one or two of them. Some of them, she looked like she was a willing participant, but others, she looked a little like with the whole like necklace thing, she looked a little weirded out. Here's one theory I have about what might be going on. I think Cynthia Erivo might be a stone cold crazy. And Ariana is on this tour with her, and Cynthia Erivo is doing all this weird, like violating personal boundary, weird personal space stuff. But because Ariana is totally bought into, the wokeness and the progressive, cause, she can't criticize or push back against a black woman doing whatever she wants to do. It's like, oh no, it's okay, I'm black. Oh, okay, great. Do whatever you want to anyone, whenever. And I think that's what's going on here. It's like, it's a possibility of what's going on here. Ariana Grande cannot criticize Cynthia Erivo because she's a poor, dear minority who got cast in a starring role. And you have to understand the black experience. So if she wants to, fondle you publicly, well, then, she should be allowed to do that. I think that could be what's going on here.
Weird shit to me. And they've been doing this for 2 years now. But it seems like they're amping it up for this press tour. Like, she even went in and beat
one of the pictures. I'm trying to zoom in on it. It's hard to see, though. It's the one, right in the middle where it's like a skeleton with her arms around Cynthia Erivo. And the one where what's the character from Street Fighter? The idiot doll. Is it Dalsim? She's a meme of her as Dalsim.
It seems like they were amping it up for this press tour. Like, she even went in and beat the shit.
Dude, Cynthia Erivo on the cover of GQ is maybe one of the most throw up in my mouth things I've ever seen. Disgusting. I want to puke. Absolutely disgusting. And it kind of poisoned the second movie a little bit for me, because every scene I'm watching with Elphaba, I'm thinking of Cynthia Erivo, this absolute freak show, on the cover of GQ, which is a men's magazine meant to showcase gentlemen, refined men. Which admittedly sounds a little gay, but, we'll just roll with it.
Well, didn't beat the shit out of, but grabbed some dude that was trying to hug up on Ariana Grande, which, I got to give her props for that. She rushed right in. But maybe she was protecting her girlfriend. I don't know. Keep in mind, she's also Man of the Year.
Oh, my God. This is what I'm talking about. This is one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen. What in the fuck even is that?
Over in GQ. That's pretty funny. So, it's all kinds of weird shit going on with this movie. I'm not saying anything about the movie. I will say this. I'm just not a musical guy. I'm sure this will do fine with women and gay men, just like the last one did.
No, thanks.
It'll bring in money. I'm sure it'll be a hit. I think the studio is trying to do a little damage control here because they're nervous, because the box office records aren't being broken for highs. They're being broken for lows right now. So they're like, yeah, let's just go ahead and put a stop to this tour. We don't want to take any chances. We want to make our money. And I'm sure it is going to make all the monies. Apparently, it is breaking pre-sale records. So, like I said, I think it's going to be big. I think the studios are just being a little cautious because they want to make money. And these two can't help but just be weird. Ariana Grande herself is kind of weird. I saw this from My Nerdy Home. She made a really good video here showing just how much she's changed and how fake she is. Like, look at this. This is weird. It's an interview of modern Ariana Grande interviewing herself from the past.
Do you know where all of your awards are right now?
Yeah.
Where are they?
You shouldn't have said that. Don't give him no.
Look how much better she looks here.
Wow. Wow. Hollywood destroys people. People go in one end, meat comes out the under. Out the under. Fuck. It's that line in Dread where he's like, Mega City 1 is a meat grinder. People go in one end, meat comes out the other. That's what Hollywood is.
She looks healthy here. She looks like Skeletor in the other one.
Don't give him any ideas.
She doesn't even look like the same person.
Is hosting an awards show the worst possible gig?
I just want to sing. I want to be there. I want to hit my mark, do my choreo, like feel.
She looks healthy here. She doesn't have those sunken.
She changed her accent and everything.
Cheeks and shit. They would call the new version of her a glow up.
Feel good in it.
Have you ever considered phoning it in and lip syncing?
I'm good.
How did she change her skin too? What is going on there?
Yeah, how did she become white? How did she do that?
Good look at this. I thought she looked like extra pale. I didn't know what was going on there. I never really followed Ariana Grande.
Good, man.
But like,
Will you
her skin color's completely changed. Was she just tanning more? I'm lost.
stay on the 13th floor?
Kill me, get your ass in here.
That's a good question. The universe has a plan.
Always.
But sometimes it's a really gnarly plan. But nonetheless, it still has a plan.
She is a completely different human being. In these two, she is like her accent, her personality, her skin color, her hair color, everything about her is completely different.
Do you know what my astrology chart is?
That's the spaciest shit I ever said.
Is the Illuminati real?
No, this was actually like a huge.
I think she looks much better here. Although the lip injections, jeez.
Debate.
So they're gonna hear this and they're gonna freak out. Like if you put them names, it's gonna be a thing.
Do you know?
I had to pretend that they didn't exist for a long time.
But she actually looks like a normal, healthy woman in this clip here. And now she looks like a skeleton that needs a Wendy's triple cheeseburger.
So,
if I'm honest, I don't want to see.
Do you believe in aliens?
Nah.
Are you a good witch or a bad witch?
No matter how good you think somebody has it, everybody feels that. You know?
Because, we see it in each other.
We trust you.
I think it's just, something that you listen to it and you feel it and it's there and it's, something we all feel sometimes.
Fake! She's fake! So, anyway, if you're looking forward to the movie, God bless you. Not for me. I'm not a music.
All right, hat tip, yellow flash. He's like, I think it'll do good with the women and the gays. Yeah. Have you ever heard Russian epic of Cinderella? If the shoe fit, wear it. That's what Pavel Chekhov once said. Now, moving on in the stack of stuff, we have more to cover, my dear sailors and starnauts. Well, should I cover this first? I think we should cover this one. I want to react to a trailer. Apparently, Disney is not done having setting pallets of cash on fire. They're just not done with this. They want to do some more. And they are paying the price for that. So this is the part of the show where we have to do just a little bit. Hang on, where is it? There it is. We have to do a little bit of this.
What are you laughing at?
That's right. It's time for just a little bit of grave dancing, metaphorically speaking, of course. There is a trailer for Moana live action, and it is going badly. It is going very badly for Disney. Now, the thing is, I haven't actually seen the trailer, so I wanted to watch it and react to it. Maybe I'll disagree. Maybe I'll have to retract grave dancing, and I'll have to say that, you know what, this is going to be good. Let's take a look. But I will just tell you, the current ratio is 42,000 likes to 114,000 dislikes. Oh, no. People are so tired of this fucking live action slop. This is garbage. This is the absolute repurposing, reheating of cultural leftovers. It's disgusting. It's predatory. It's parasitic. It's classic Bob Iger IP mining. Everyone hates this. Everyone wishes that as a Disney fan that they would stop doing this. And they won't stop doing it. All right, so this is the trailer for live action Moana. Let's roll tape here.
I am a girl who loves my island, and the girl who loves the sea. It calls me.
Just another soulless remake so far, but let me check the Discord real quick, because there's stuff in the Discord. I gotta make sure I'm not, like, muted or something. Okay. All right, cool. Fu Man and Michael Archangel are just broing out in the Discord, which, by the way, if you want to bro out in the Swords of Starships Discord, the link is in the description. You can join us. The water's warm over there. Yikes! She's not hitting... Some of those notes don't seem right to me, because I have not seen much of the first film. I think I watched about 20 minutes of the first film, which was long enough to actually hear this song. And my recollection is the song is way better in the animated version. Here, there's a weird harmony. It's very, very strange. They're putting a weird harmony underneath this song, which is making it sound sort of like... I don't know what the word for this is in music, but it's like taking something that usually sounds kind of happy and positive and upbeat, and it's making it sound sort of menacing and suspenseful, which is kind of the wrong... That's just the wrong angle for this. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Oh, there it is now. Oh, that's it. I'm kind of waiting for the part where I'm like, okay, well, I mean, it's another soulless cash grab. I don't see, other than that, I don't see what is upsetting people. Upsetting is the wrong word. I don't see what it is people are finding so repulsive about this trailer. And it's not the actress. It's not that she's, she's not herself repulsive. This is campy. This is very bad. This is very I don't know. I know it's her movie, but even so, it still feels kind of girl boss. Oh. They just can't help themselves. Why did they do this? Why does Disney hate us so much? What did we ever do to them? We're going to do this as many times as it takes for the lesson to be learned. Keep making these soulless corporate chat GPT rehashes of better art that you did not make, Disney, current Disney. And we, the customer, we, the fans, we, the people you need to, as your audience, we will continue to inflict defeat after defeat after defeat until you finally understand. We don't want this garbage. You disgusting, parasitic company. Absolute scum of the earth. We fucking hate everything you do. We hate what you've done to our childhoods. We hate what you create. You hire stupid people who eat glue to destroy things that better creatives made before you came along. That would be the current leadership and creative brain trust, if it can be called that, at Disney. Like, I don't know how many more beatings you need to take before you understand. Let's look at some of the comments, shall we? Just wait till we get live action Zootopia. Gotta give credit to Disney for leaving the comments open. This trailer makes me want to sit on my TV and look at my couch. I paid nothing to watch this trailer, and now I want my money back. Oh, I like this one. ChatGPT, give me a live-action trailer for Moana. Does she ever say that in the animated film, I am Moana? That is one of the that is the cringiest thing I've seen in a long time. That was bad. That was campy as fuck. I feel like creativity is illegal nowadays. It absolutely is. Moana now with 12% more real people. Let's see. This is a good... When I saw this reposted by somebody online, I thought it was AI generated. Why are we even worried about AI? We are already getting AI generated slop by Disney on a regular basis. We already have AI written scripts in just about everything we watch nowadays. At this point, making it actually written by AI is just a formality. The animated OG Moana film isn't nearly old enough for a live action remake. Wait, what was this one? Yeah, I don't know. Disney coming to a theater near you. Me, is that a threat? So basically it's still animated. Just with live humans inserted. It's still fucking animated. That's like the Snow White movie. The dwarves were just animated. What's the point? What's the point of that? It's still animated. It's still animated. What is the point? Walt Disney is spinning so fast in his grave you could power... Yeah, that's okay. I heard that one before. It's like Sora and ChatGPT had a son. The term live action is doing some real heavy lifting here. This feels like a fan... It doesn't feel like a fan. I feel like a fan-made trailer would be better. A worthy opponent of Snow White? I don't know about that. Snow White is really bad. I think the only thing Disney's ever made that was worse than the Snow White movie was that Peter Pan and Wendy movie. Peter Pan and Wendy is one of the most vicious, hateful, nasty little pieces of trash I've ever seen. And but the thing is, nobody saw that. Like, that wasn't in a theater. Well, to be fair, not many people saw Snow White either. But Snow White had a much higher, like, cultural profile than... No one even knew Peter Pan and Wendy existed. They just crapped it out onto Disney Plus and hoped no one noticed. So like technically speaking, Peter Pan and Wendy is probably a little bit worse than Snow White, but Snow White is so bad. It's so legendarily bad. I don't think that this is going to come even close to that bad. But hey, I'm open to being wrong on that. It's always fun. It's always fun to find out Disney has sunk the bar even lower. Let's see. You didn't ask for it, so we're making it. Yeah, that's Disney for you. Meanwhile, see, this is so notable because meanwhile, Nintendo is over there making a Legend of Zelda movie that looks just like the games, casting the right actors, just filming it in gorgeous New Zealand, which is basically Hyrule in real life. They're making a Super Mario Galaxy movie that is fun. It's bright. It's beautiful. All the characters are there. Meanwhile, Nintendo is just printing money with their own intellectual properties by being original and being 100% on target with who their fans are, what their content is, what their originals, the spirit of their IPs are. And you have Disney just shitting out basically an animated movie, but with a few live action humans in it. They're just... What a garbage. In shitification, it's like my favorite modern word to describe it. It's entertainment, it's restaurants, it's delivery services, it's everything has become, it's dating apps, it's everything. It's all becoming inshitified. It's all becoming a homogenous corporate slag that's just melted into this goop. Everything's the same. Everything is a shameless cash grab. Or video games is another great example where everything is like broken, freemium, like lazy MMOs. They just want you to like buy armor and new skins for your characters to fund the game. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Yes, that's where I'm at. Disney, you should have learned after the Snow White disaster. Oh, they never learned. They're stupid people. Really. They don't know what they're doing when it comes to creating entertainment. They're an entertainment company that doesn't know how to create entertainment. Just like the CEO of Cracker Barrel was a marketing major who didn't know anything about running a restaurant, who decided to change everything about the restaurant. That's corporate America for you. Corporate America is basically now an environment where people fail upwards. It's basically an environment where people who have no experience, understanding, or knowledge of the industry they're in are promoted to the absolute top of that industry and considered experts. And they've turned everything into garbage slop. And we were just talking, every major fast food chain now is trash. It used to be trash that tasted good. Now it's just trash. And it's expensive trash. All right, this is turning into an old man yelling at the clouds right now, so we got to move along. Now, we have more. Okay, here we go. What else did I have here? There's more grave dancing to do because we have a Star Wars writer trashing Dave Filoni. So grab me that story, Mr. Producer. Captain, why do you submit yourself to see such punishment after submitting yourself to watch really bad movies? You mean like right now? No, this is fun for me. I'm laughing at them. I'm laughing at they're lolcows, Michael Archangel. We're celebrating. No, don't misunderstand. This is defeat. This is observing really stupid people at work and watching them fail. They got ratioed to oblivion. This movie is going to fail. Because of course it is. And it's fun. It's enjoyable for me to celebrate that. I'm celebrating their defeat. Wrangler says, Captain, stop torturing yourself with all these horrible movies and watch something awesome. I literally began the stream talking about how Legend of Zelda is looking great. They've cast amazing actors. They absolutely are thumbing their nose at the woke skulls. I just showed you Stargate SG-1 has the original, Stargate has the original showrunners and producers attached. Things are looking, there's a lot of good news at the top of the show. And now this is more good news for you. I'm not torturing myself. I'm enjoying myself by celebrating the failure of people that are bad at what they do, getting what they deserve. That's all. What did I just I just recently finished my rewatch of Stranger Things seasons 1 through 4. And it was amazing. It was awesome. And I'm pumped now for Stranger Things season 5 this week. This week it will be happening. Redoubt Productions, you were saying in the Discord that you had not watched season 4 of Stranger Things, and I got to tell you, the first couple episodes, you're kind of like, where is this going? And it's good, but like really the reason to watch season 4 is holy shit. The last 2 or 3 episodes of season 4 are just so unbelievably good. Like the way that the story comes together at the end, it's magnificent. And I just rewatched it again, and it gets better every damn time. So I did just rewatch the Avatar movies as well. I just finished my rewatch of the Avatar movies in preparation for Fire and Ash. Avatar, Fire and Ash. And you know something? Having watched The Way of Water again all the way through, I'm like, it's better than I remembered. The plot holes weren't as bad as I thought. I was kind of like going back. There's a plot hole here or there, but it's actually pretty good. And the action scenes are absolute bangers. I still hate how fucking evil the humans are. It's so bad. But I still want to live with the Na'vi. Anyway, is Star Fury here? I hope not. Now, I don't want Star Fury to hear me say that I want to live with the Na'vi. He'll say something mean like COVID didn't go far enough or something. He'll say something like where is the Master Gunner? I really wonder. What else in the chat? The angriest man on the net, says Michael Archangel. The angriest man on the internet posted a video about a Japan making a Pokemon theme park, but they have workouts to get into the park. Basically, no fatties. I heard something about this. I don't think I actually watched the whole thing. I don't actually subject myself to a lot of bad things anymore, Michael Archangel. I've actually not watched a lot of the garbage this year. I did not watch anything involving The Witcher. I did not watch Peacemaker. I have zero interest in Peacemaker. Not going to do it. There's actually a lot of absolute trash that came out this year I did not watch. To the point where it's negatively impacting my top 10 best and worst list for this year, because I actually feel like I'm kind of behind on it because I did not watch a lot of the worst crap. And Alien Earth, actually the only bad things I watched this year were either something that everyone was talking about and I just had to, which I'm trying to think of an example of that right now, like Predator Badlands. I watched that because everyone was talking about it, but I really didn't have any interest in it. But the only other things I watched that were bad this year were things I had hopes for and was interested in. Alien Derp is a great example. I was really interested in Alien Derp. I wanted that to be pretty good, and it was trash. I did watch Dexter Resurrection, which I was afraid was going to be trash. I was actually really afraid it was going to suck. It was actually really damn good. It was really good. There was a couple of rocky things in the beginning of the season, but that's only because I thought it might be going in a bad direction, but it actually went in a great direction, and it had a great ending. Anna Montage is in the chat. Thanks for joining the chat, Anna Montage. Welcome aboard. Just tuned in. Are we for the new Zelda movie and trusting the creators, or are we bashing it? No, we're trusting it. Check out the restream later because I covered that at the top of the show. What I'm saying, I was actually just saying, I think Nintendo has cast brilliant casting for Link and Zelda. They look great. And they're filming in New Zealand, which looks magnificent. And I think Nintendo, and also not only that, Super Mario Galaxy is looking right on point. I think Nintendo is what Disney should be. K-pop Demon Hunters is what Disney used to be. So I think it's actually Eastern culture that is filling the void that Western culture has unfortunately abandoned. So no, I think that I am actually very and I'm also saying, I was saying also that the new Stargate series, based on what one of the current producers on the show is saying, who was involved with the original 3, that's looking promising. So there's actually a lot of good news. I'm not actually covering a lot of bad news. Am I covering any bad news today? I don't give a crap about Moana, so the fact that Moana looks like trash doesn't affect me. I just think it's funny. I just think it's funny, that's all. So I don't really have a dog in that hunt, whatever. Avatar Fern Gully in space, it's better than that, Wrangler. Avatar, you know what? I think I'm going to do an apologia video for Avatar. It's in some ways it's better than people think, and it's worse than people think. In fact, I have a Critical Drinker video we're going to cover in a minute. Yes, Dexter Resurrection. So Anna Montage, you said you are, thank goodness, I'm super excited. I think you're referring to Zelda. I don't know if you're referring to Zelda or Dexter. I'm Gen X, so that means I'm old. I've only played, okay. Yeah, I think you were talking, Gen X is mature and wise. That's how I see them. One of the last counterculture generations. At least your generation is not responsible for millennial humor. I have that to live with, so I'm not happy about that. Millennial humor is one of the worst things that's ever happened to humanity. It's basically responsible for a lot of the rot gut. But yeah, so anyway, I think Zelda's looking fantastic. I love the casting. I'm very excited about it. Let's have one more little fun lolcow celebration at Disney's expense, shall we? Hat tip, angriest man on the internet.
Despite the fact that season 1 of Ahsoka was a massive ratings failure in the audience.
He's so angry. It's so funny. I remember the first time I watched one of his videos, I remember thinking, I don't know if I can handle this guy. He's so mad all the time. And he's so mean. He just starts off right with, despite Ahsoka being a huge failure and an embarrassment, which is true, but it's just so, you know. And that's not even him. That's him at baseline anger. When he gets to real anger, it gets even better.
Push back against it. Dave Filoni's baby was going to get a season 2 no matter what. And with all the criticism we saw over the show and the depiction of these characters that we saw in animated form, not exactly being very well translated to live action, now that Dave Filoni has the keys to the kingdom and can do whatever he wants with these characters, they're already out doing damage control ahead of the release of season 2 next year. You know, Rosario Dawson come out and said, well, you know, this is Ahsoka. Season 2 now, she's going to be much more similar to the animated version. She's going to be happier and have her joy back. Basically saying, hey, all these people were fucking crucifying us because of how bad this show was. We have to tell them right now it's going to be different or else no one's going to fucking tune in. But in the midst of all this, the interviews we're seeing from some of the cast members and things like that, we're also hearing from people who used to work on Star Wars, who worked, in fact, directly with Dave Filoni on shows like The Clone Wars and Star Wars Rebels. And it's not exactly the most positive thing in the world. Star Wars Rebels writer throws shade at Ahsoka over Sabine's Jedi twist. This Star Wars Rebels writer did not take too kindly to Ahsoka Season 1 making Sabine a Jedi. And I know some of y'all might have forgot it, because Ahsoka was just such a dog shit show.
It's such bad writing. It's just such bad writing. It's like the whole thing about Sabine in Star Wars Rebels is that her thing was she was a Mandalorian. She was a gunslinger, a Mandalorian gunslinger, which made her character a foil for Ezra, who is a Jedi, right? So in other words, you want to have characters that can be foils to each other. So it's just like, well, let's have everybody be cool, so let's just make everybody Jedi. It's like, well, then you're ruining the dynamic. Which is kind of what Marvel has started to do with all their characters now. Now, like Captain Mothman has all of the Tony Stark technology, and it's like, so basically Captain America is now Iron Man. That ruins the fun of superheroes being foils to each other and having differing powers. It's just classic bad writing.
That's exactly what they did. Sabine really wanted to become a Jedi, and she wanted to learn how to use the Force. And even though she never used the Force at the very end, she like force pushes and force carries Ezra Bridger like 200 fucking yards, to save him and send him back. Right? That's what we saw at the end. It was loud.
So Adam Montage with a $4.99 super chat says, thank you for being positive about the Zelda movie. Well, thank you, Ed. I appreciate that. I mean, I can't really take credit. I can't take credit for being positive because if I had a negative opinion, I would tell you. So if I had a negative feeling about it, I would just be negative about it because I'm just an asshole that way, okay? Everyone in my family gets mad at me when I don't like a movie they like. They're like, oh, I got to show you this movie. You got to watch it. And then I watch it and I'm like, No, don't. Why you never like anything? It's like I like lots of things. I just don't like this movie, and they get mad at me, and they're like, "You're such a critic. Why do you have to be such a movie critic all the time, Garrett?" I don't know. I'm just born this way. Okay, it's not my fault. It's a condition. I'm managing it. But it just so happens, Anna Montage, that I have nothing but positive. I think Nintendo just absolutely crushed. They crushed all the negative wacko side of our culture right now by just. But literally, I think, as I said at the beginning of the show, you'll probably want to go back and watch it to hear my full thoughts. But like as I said, they're just delivering. I mean, this is what it used to be 20, 30 years ago. It was just normal to accurately portray the thing, the source material. They accurately, the Lord of the Rings films are so, a part of why Peter Jackson's vision of the Lord of the Rings films are so good is because they just seem to accurately portray Middle Earth. Those Rivendell and Minas Tirith and Rohan, all Helm's Deep, they look like the artwork on the books that you had seen for years and years. They look like the artwork you would see in books about the Lord of the Rings, art books about them and stuff. And it just looked like it should look. And so what I'm seeing with Zelda, it just looks like it should look. So yeah, no, I wish I could say I'm being positive to be a nice guy, but I'm just being positive because that's just my opinion. My opinion is it's looking good. And I think Nintendo with Mario and Zelda, so far, they're crushing it. And all they have to do is honor the source material. It's not that difficult. And what's really amazing is this works every time it's tried. I hated Star Trek Picard seasons 1 and 2 with a passion you just can't imagine. But it was Robert Meyer Burnett's very eloquent defense of season 3 and Terry Metalis' vision that convinced me to give season 3 a try and think of it as sort of something separate, isolated on its own. My headcanon is I just disregard season 1 and 2 as they just don't exist. And season 3 is an amazing 10-hour Star Trek Next Generation film that ends and concludes all of the major arcs, including Picard's most pressing rivalries and regrets. And it's magnificent and it's beautiful. And all it does is give you what you want as a Star Trek fan. That's all it does. They're in space. They're on a ship. They're acting like Starfleet officers. They're doing the kinds of things they would have done on Next Generation. They're fighting bad guys with phasers. It's cool. It had everything. And it had cool music. It had cool Star Trek music. So yeah, it's not hard to do this. It's just that we have a lot of Western media companies that work very hard to do the opposite of what works. That's really all it is. We criticize wokeness and whatever. All we're really saying is, call it whatever you want. Corporatism, wokeness, bad writing, whatever. All it is simply doing the opposite of what works. It's just doing the opposite of what you know you should do. The Last Jedi is terrible because it simply did the opposite of what the fans needed to see. We needed to see a Luke Skywalker who was a Jedi master. That's what we needed to see. And they gave us the opposite of that. That's the problem. So Nintendo is doing it exactly correctly. They're giving us exactly what we want to see. We want to see a Zelda and a Link that look like Zelda and Link, and it looks awesome. So, Michael Archangel says, I'm still not in the crew for $2.99. Incorrect, Michael Archangel. You are in the crew. If you are here on the Swords and Starships channel, even if you're just lurking, you are part of the crew of the Swords and Starship channel. You're just not part of the senior staff. That's the only... Is that petty of me, Mr. Producer? Am I being... No, It's just the chain of command. I don't think it's not about elitism. Well, who asked you anyway? Anyway, that's not important. Let's roll tape here.
Laughable. It was ridiculous. And more so than just how laughable and ridiculous that singular moment was, it was also insane for them to make...
Yes, Michael, you're a red shirt.
Her force sensitive and make her a Jedi in the first place. Now, I am no big fan of Star Wars Rebels by any means. I have a lot of criticism for it. I think that for the most part, the highlights and the people that love the show, it's just because they have nostalgia for something, whereas the show in and of itself, I think it's very, very weak. But Henry Gilroy is the Star Wars Rebels writer in question who's calling out, and he didn't say it by name, but he's calling out Dave Filoni. That's what this is. This is a...
Okay, let's...
For the course of these 6 years,
is there anything else I want to cover on this?
Very fucking capable, right? She's by Rebels.
All right, cool. I think we got it. So yeah, you have a writer basically saying Sabine being a Jedi was not the plan. You know what this makes me think? I feel like what do I have? Let's see. Here we go. Yes, that's my cover art for Galaxyborn, the science fiction story that I'm working on. www.galaxyborn.com if you're interested. Let me see here. Yes, here we go. I got it.
Ahsoka Tano, mystical Jedi.
Wait, hang on. I got to get rid of my cover art here. There we go. All right.
Warrior, trained to be a child soldier by the master of evil. She must learn to walk her own path while maintaining order in the galaxy. Ahsoka.
Dude, trained by the master of evil. It's my favorite part. He's the master of evil.
A Jedi who fights against the forces of darkness using her twin lightsabers and incredible never-before-seen abilities. Water breathing, whale song, and quick change.
Quick change.
Joined by a ragtag band of friends, they journey into the unknown. Sabine, Mandalorian warrior, explosives expert, hopeless Jedi, street artist. Hera, a pilot with the heart of a pilot, who is
always dressed to pilot.
And Huyang, Ahsoka's faithful servant, a 25,000-year-old robot that possesses more knowledge and experience than any other living being in the entire galaxy. Possibly the most valuable relic in all of existence. He is now responsible for ship maintenance.
Dude, that's my favorite.
With the threat of a new
Who's watching this show? I'm watching this show.
Intangible genius of Grand Admiral
With the threat of a new Star Wars.
and his supernatural minions. It's a race to save one of the last Jedis, as one of the last Jedis is hunted by the last remnants of the Jedis. They must learn to put aside their differences, reconcile with their pasts, and risk it all to find a long-lost ally who may or may not be able to help them.
But there is always hope.
But hope always remains in Ahsoka.
Oh, who else is watching that show? I am 100% watching that show. That's a way better show right there. They actually seem like characters with an interesting story. Hopeless Jedi. Rosario Dawson is hot, says Michael Archangel. I would say she had her day. She had her day. Is that mean of me? No. Well, what I would say is, whatever else you may think of Rosario Dawson, the Ahsoka, it did not work. It just did not work out at all. Did not work out. Anna Montage says, "Are you interested in hearing anything that I have heard about the movie?" Fire it off, Anna. By all means, enter it into the chat. We will observe it. Now, I have more to cover. There is a new teaser. I wish Staffede was here tonight because he makes fun of me for liking Avatar the same way I make fun of him for liking Atlas with J-Lo. There is a new teaser trailer for Avatar Fire and Ash. I have not seen it. So let's just take a quick look at it, shall we? Let's see. Video. I think I have it saved here. Yes, here we are. Yes.
Fire is...
Okay, here we go. Yeah, let me make sure I've got audio enabled here. You should be able to hear it, my dear chat. I'm double checking my work because the rule on the show is if I screw up the audio, I have to wear the bib that Fu Man Blue gave me at the Nerderotic meetup. And I don't want that to happen. You don't want that to happen.
The only pure thing in this world.
There's something you're hiding. Tell her it is time.
This world goes much deeper than you imagine.
Burn them all.
I can't let that happen.
If your father and I do not return, you go as far and as fast as you can.
What does Dad always say?
Sully's never quits.
That's right. Sully's never quit.
I thought it was Sully stick together, but that's not important.
Do not test me.
The day has come.
Well, it's looking pretty good. Hell, I'll watch it. I'll watch it. I think that there are many really positive qualities about the world of Pandora and the epic scale. You know, the interesting thing about Avatar films, Cameron still can make a very masculine film. And the Avatar films have a great balance of the masculine and the feminine, I think. Which is one of the reasons I enjoy them a great deal, is because they're very old school in that way. Like his military action set pieces are so good. They're so grounded and so plausible. The world of Pandora is so immersive and so beautiful. And it's become a very great family story with Jake Sully. I just think it's a classic Swiss Family Robinson. It's just a classic adventure. Now, it's also kind of miserable because it's about a doomed world. It's actually about two doomed worlds. It's about Earth is dying, And because Earth is dying, humans are coming over to Pandora, and now Pandora's dying. And it's totally screwed. And this is my theory. So the Critical Drinker released a video pondering this question. Why is it that these movies make like a gazillion, or as he would put it, a shit zillion dollars every time they're released, but nobody talks about them? You don't hear a bunch of fan theories. Even now, like, nobody's really talking about the Avatar movie coming out. Nobody is saying, oh my God, did you hear the new Avatar movie? More people are talking about the Legend of Zelda casting than are talking about the Avatar movie coming out. But it's going to make like $2 billion. How do you explain that? Well, Critical Drinker is going to venture an answer. But before he does, and I haven't seen his video yet, I'm going to give you my theory about why these films do not have a cultural footprint. Let's do a comparison. Star Wars. The original Star Wars film, Luke Skywalker, and even Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi, great examples. These are Star Wars A New Hope is a classic Golden Fleece story in which Luke Skywalker is the hero that accepts the quest. It's the Epic of Gilgamesh, the hero with 1,000 faces. In Return of the Jedi, you have an epic superhero battle royale against a nemesis, Darth Vader, which is fantastic. Raiders of the Lost Ark, another great adventure movie about sort of, it's got that good versus evil element, but it's Indiana Jones on the hunt for an epic treasure. The Lord of the Rings, the Golden Fleece fantasy story about it's a journey against great odds, great evil to destroy the ultimate evil, but within it there's all these themes of friendship and honor and brotherhood and sacrifice and nobility and beauty and love. Then you have Avatar. Avatar is an adventure story. Like Star Wars, like Raiders of the Lost Ark, like Lord of the Rings, it's an adventure story. But why doesn't it resonate the way that those other things do? Well, let me show you what is kind of odd about the Avatar films as adventure stories, okay? In analyzing the story structure, it is useful to use the Save the Cat Blake Snyder 10 genres. Now, in his genres, most adventure stories are either a Golden Fleece or a superhero story. That's basically what most are. That's the template they follow. Lord of the Rings and A New Hope are both adventure. The Raiders of the Lost Ark, those are all Golden Fleece stories, which are the classic adventure story. Okay, Return of the Jedi is a superhero story. Also, classic adventure story. Now, the problem with Avatar is it's not like any of those. Avatar is an institutionalized story. Institutionalized stories are, in many ways, tragic stories, and tragic stories are kind of bleak and miserable. So, the three elements of an institutionalized story are this. Number one, every story in this category is about a group, a family, an organization, or a business that is unique. In this case, Na'vi versus humans. Number two, the story is about a choice. The ongoing conflict, which is pitting a Brando, in this case Jake Sully, versus the system's company man, a.k.a. Colonel Quaritch. Right? And the third element of an institutionalized story is a sacrifice must be made, and you get three endings. The protagonist either decides to join the institution, burn it down, or commit suicide. In the case of Jake Sully, he chooses to burn it down. He joins the Na'vi and rebels against his own people. These stories are about how a hero who is entrenched inside a certain group, institution, or establishment fits into that system or does not. The hero must decide if being part of the group is worth it and must choose to join, leave, or destroy it. Ultimately, all the stories in this category come down to this question: who's crazier, me or them? Now, the thing is, most institutionalized stories are tragic stories. A great example of this is the Dead Poets Society, right? It ends with the Harry Carey ending, for example. So they are often stories about human tragedy. Okay. Interestingly enough, Anakin Skywalker defies this issue because Anakin Skywalker's story, especially Revenge of the Sith, is an institutionalized story because it's about Anakin's decision to either side with the Jedi, join them, or burn it down, right? Which is what he ultimately chooses to do by joining the Sith and joining Emperor Palpatine. So really, Anakin's story is a tragic institutionalized story. Now, the reason why it works with Anakin, whereas with Avatar it does not, is because Anakin's story is a backstory to Luke Skywalker's Golden Fleece superhero story, right? And just to refresh our memory, zoom out. Okay, here we go. Let's do Golden Fleece. Golden Fleece story. A hero and their team embark on a quest to win a prize or accomplish a mission. Sports, movies, quests, and road trips are all the stuff of the Golden Fleece genre. The mission has a definable road, and there should be a prize or finish line that the audience can track, but Golden Fleeces are always about something internal. A hero goes on the road in search of one thing and winds up discovering something else themselves. By the way, Stranger Things Season 1 is a flawless Golden Fleece story. Number 1, a road spanning oceans, time, or across the street, so long as it demarcates growth. It often includes a road apple that stops the trip cold. Number 2, a team or a buddy the hero needs to be guided along the way, such as Obi-Wan Kenobi, Han Solo, and Princess Leia. Usually it's those who represent the things the hero doesn't have: skill, experience, or attitude. Third, a prize, the destruction of the Death Star, that is sought and is something primal: going home, securing a treasure, or regaining a birthright. Okay. That's Luke Skywalker's story, ultimately. The defeat of the Empire and becoming a Jedi, right? That's his Golden Fleece. And then, of course, Return of the Jedi is a superhero story. And in the case of a superhero story, it's about a hero with a superpower, being a Jedi, or a compelling mission, it's really both in Luke's case, faces a potent nemesis, Darth Vader, Emperor Palpatine, or catastrophic problems so large it challenges even their own mighty capabilities. These movies are about extraordinary people tested by the values of the world. Superhero story, that's a perfect example. Luke Skywalker must surrender to Vader in order to save his people, and he must make a choice when Palpatine is tempting him to turn to the dark side, right? Superhero stories give flight to our greatest fantasies about our potential while tempering those fantasies with a dose of reality. The three elements of a superhero story are: number 1, the hero of your tale must have a special power, even if it's just a mission to be great or do good. Number 2, the hero must be opposed by a nemesis of equal or greater force who is the self-made version of the hero. Third, there must be a curse for the hero that they either surmount or succumb to as the price for who they are. In the case of Luke Skywalker, his curse is that his father is the master of evil, and there's a danger he will become his father. That's really Luke's curse in the film, that he has to either succumb to or surmount. So what I'm getting at with all of this is that Avatar, being an institutionalized story, is much more like Game of Thrones in that it's kind of bleak and it's kind of miserable. And because of that, I don't think people enjoy thinking about it very much. It's also very superficial conflict. The Na'vi are perfect and angelic. Humans are mustache-twirling, goons, basically, which I was thinking about it today, and I was thinking, making the humans so almost universally awful is such an odd choice on Cameron's part. I understand his desire to kind of show in the films what we as humans have lost spiritually in our modern civilization. Even though there's a kind of irony that that very same civilization is the only reason you can make something called a movie. But leaving that to one side, there is something we have lost in the inability to appreciate the beauty around us at times. And I do think that that message of the Avatar films is potent, and it speaks to people. But why then cast the humans as so universally irredeemable and despicable? Why? Yes, you have the good ones, like the scientists that are trying to do good, but I even have my issues with them on some level. But I don't want to get in the weeds. My point is, it is a weird choice to me to make humans the people that essentially your audience are humans, and you're basically making your own audience kind of the villains of the story. And not in a way that allows them a way out. You know, there's really no off-ramp to being the bad guy in Avatar. I mean, basically you agree that Earth sucks, that humans suck, that they're the scum of the earth, and really they should all be destroyed. That's almost what the film is saying. And it's basically saying that you are that. Now, who is going to want to have fan theories and think about that all day long? I'm going to tell you something. I love these movies. I come out of them. I can't stop thinking about Pandora. I also kind of want to forget them. I kind of want to immediately, because I don't want to relive how freaking miserable humans are. They just beat the shit out of the Na'vi. They burn all the forest down. They kill all the animals. They sneer. They literally are surrounded by a paradise of beauty that no human could fail to appreciate. I'm sorry. There is no human that would be on Pandora that wouldn't have some appreciation for the beauty, but they all look at all of the bioluminescent forest and the beautiful trees. They all look at this like it's garbage to be disposed of. And I'm like, listen, I understand. I understand that, like, there are some characters like Quaritch that would honestly be that way, but it's so over the top. And I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about that all day long. So this is why I think Avatar does not have a good cultural footprint. Now let's see what Critical Drinker thinks about this. I'm curious. I'm just curious what his theory is, and whether, more importantly, whether or not I agree with it. I really want that Wendy's triple now, Michael Archangel. I really want it bad. Oh, no, damn it. I forgot the audio. Damn it. I screwed up the audio. I have to wind it all back, and now it was a minute of dead air. Oh, and I'm sitting here reacting to it like a doofus. And the worst part is now I have to get the bid. Damn it. All right, hang on. Yeah, all right. Fu Man Blue gave this to me. It's at the at the meetup. It's because apparently there's some meme about how I once spilled a little bit of my athletic water bottle on myself. And all right, so this. All right, here we go. That's it. That's it. There it is. This is what it says. And I have to do this because I messed up the audio, so we're going to replay. All right, there we go. Fu Man Blue's happy now.
You buy it, you eat it, and you move on with your life without wasting too much time thinking about what you just put into your body. Which is probably for the best, if I'm honest. In fact, the average American adult consumes 3 fast food meals per week. 37% of them eat it on a daily basis, and in 2023 alone, this sector was estimated to be worth almost $370 billion. Pretty much everyone can recognize the logos and the colors.
Anna, I really like your take on this. Anna says it's an apron. Now that makes sense because, my own beloved chat has frequently referred to my athletic water bottle for elite athletic training as a sippy cup, which it is not. It's not a sippy. Does this look like a sippy cup to you? This is an athletic water bottle. And Fu Man Blue calls that a bib. I think it's an apron.
Schemes and the signature food items for all the big chains. And when you really think about it, fast food actually represents a pretty big part of our culture. But ironically, it contributes almost nothing to it. Well, apart from obesity, heart disease, and type 2 diabetes.
He's out of line, but he's right.
I mention all of this because the other day I was looking through the list of upcoming movie releases for the holiday season and I was struck by a sudden realization. Oh yeah, there's another Avatar movie on the way. Great.
Fuck.
And not just on the way either. It's almost here, in fact. We're barely a month out from the release of what could be one of the biggest movies of all time. Adjusted for inflation, the first Avatar movie brought in more than $4 billion at the global box office, and the sequel was the 3rd highest grossing movie of all time. But here's the funny thing, no one seems to give a shit. There's no anticipation, no fan theories and speculation, no rumours or news coverage hyping the film up. Nobody's buzzing about the return of beloved characters or worried about which ones might survive the next movie. Nobody's putting out lore videos and theories about the mysteries of Pandora and where this epic adventure might be heading next. For a franchise that now includes 2 of the biggest movies of all time and is probably about to add a 3rd one to the list because let's be honest, you know that people are going to flock to see this one, the Avatar franchise is weirdly culturally inert. And when I think back to the
so striking, isn't it? He's so right about this. And that's a great way to describe it. It's culturally inert. He can just print money with these movies, but nobody is invested. Like the way that people talk about Harry Potter, the way that people talk about Star Wars, the way, even with Star Wars being practically a dead property, people still talk about it way more than they talk about this. There is so much more buzz about Legend of Zelda and Stargate right now than there is about Avatar. I don't hear anyone talk about it. I'm like the only one.
Previous 2 films, it was pretty much the same story. Everyone went to see them, but nobody had anything to say about them afterwards. In fact, most people couldn't even seem to remember them beyond a vague declaration that the visuals were amazing. Somehow, despite their massive financial success, they've managed to make absolutely no impact on popular culture. Instead of leaving behind a cultural footprint, they're more like a cultural smokescreen that obscures everything for a few minutes, then gets blown away by the next stiff breeze. Nobody ever speaks of Miles Quaritch with the same hushed reverence as Darth Vader, Lord Voldemort, or the Terminator. Nobody mentions Jake Sully when they think of other famous movie heroes like Luke.
That is a great point. When I'm thinking of like great heroes of fiction, and I like Jake Sully, but I don't think of Jake Sully. I do think of Colonel Quaritch though. Stephen Lang's performance of Colonel Quaritch is awesome. Like, he's so good as this character. And having just rewatched the 2 movies again, he elevates the movies a lot because he's a great bad guy, but he's such a plausible military hard-ass badass. Like, he's so good at that. I love all of his lines. I love the way he interacts with everyone. He has one really dumb line in the first movie that was super on the nose, but he's just a fantastic character.
Luke Skywalker, Ellen Ripley, or Indiana Jones. Nobody places Avatar's epic battle scenes in the same league as Return of the Jedi, Saving Private Ryan, or Lord of the Rings. It's not a problem.
They are good battle scenes, though. Like that conclusion to the first Avatar was really good. But he's right about this. When I'm thinking of like, oh, great battle scenes, I'll think of the Obi-Wan Qui-Gon fight with Darth Maul. I will think of the showdown between Edmond Dantes and Count Mondego in the Count of Monte Cristo. I'll think of the awesome showdown in Mask of Zorro or Tavington versus Martin. I'm thinking all of my period pieces right now. Maximus versus the Barbarian Horde in Gladiator. Terminator 2. Pretty much every action scene in Terminator 2. But that final set piece, blowing up Cyberdyne, like just... But I don't think of this. I don't think of the set pieces in Avatar this way. That is fascinating.
That's unique to this franchise by any stretch. Shit, man, The Rock's entire career was basically built on this stuff. But since the Avatar movies are probably the most extreme example, I'm henceforth going to dub this the Avatar Paradox.
The Avatar Paradox, that's brilliant. Yes, Anna, there's no Avatar conventions that I know. Yeah, you don't hear about it. I hear about cons all the time. And you will hear more about One Piece. You will hear more about Dan to Dan. You will hear more about freaking Squid Game than you will ever hear about Avatar anything. You never hear about merch. You never hear about books and comic books. You just never hear about anything. It's so bizarre. It's so mind-boggling.
Yes.
So why does it happen? How can movies that are so big and successful have so little lasting impact? Well, maybe it's time we find out. And just to be clear, I'm not making a let's shit on the Avatar franchise kind of video. I'm doing this because I actually think this is an interesting cultural phenomenon that says a lot about the state of modern filmmaking, and I want to try to understand it a little better.
Yeah, I am so with him. I am so simpatico on this with the Critical Drinker because I love these movies, but even I don't understand this fully. I mean, my theory, of course, which I just gave to you, is I think it's about a doomed world. It's a tragic, institutionalized story. Nobody wants to dwell on that for too long. That's my main theory, but I don't know that explains everything.
So, let us see if we can unravel the Avatar paradox together, shall we? Part 1. Effort. Well, one thing I can't accuse these movies of is lack of effort. James Cameron's a notoriously committed, hard-driving director who puts 100% into everything he does and expects the same of everyone around him, often to the detriment of his cast and crew. But looking at the behind-the-scenes footage and all the interviews with everyone involved, you can tell that they really worked hard to produce the best technically made film that they could. Everyone seems to be giving it their all. The actors were genuinely put through the mill on this one, and Cameron's clearly pushing them to deliver on his creative vision. Shit, man, the guy's been working on this series for almost 20 years at this point. It's practically a lifetime obsession for him, and considering he's now 71 years old and there's like 3 more of these things on the way, it's likely to carry him through to the very end of his career.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
And don't get me wrong, I absolutely respect a man with a passion for his craft. The thing is, all that effort doesn't necessarily translate into what you see on screen in this case, because what you see on screen is like 95% CGI fakery with all the baggage that comes along with it.
That being said, it's in my view, it's CGI fakery done really well and in service of the story. And the technical achievement of these films is unbelievable. Like the underwater action sequences in Way of Water are just breathtaking. Absolutely breathtaking. So you can't fault them for that, for sure.
Just aren't impressed or captivated by that kind of thing anymore because they've seen it a million times before in a million other movies and video games. And well, it brings me on to my next point. Part 2, Spectacle. Whatever else you want to say about them, the Avatar films are definitely good-looking beasts. They're extremely technically accomplished movies, and you can see why the first one captivated everyone's attention back in 2009. James Cameron had always pushed the limits of filmmaking technology throughout his career. He did the same thing with Avatar, and well, the results speak for themselves. There had literally never been anything quite like that movie, and so people flocked to see it for the novelty and spectacle alone.
And also, it was one of the very first 3D movies that was... It wasn't just like a cartoon. It wasn't like a Pixar movie. Like, this was the first 3D movie that was meant to be for like a mass audience. The 3D effect was meant to contribute to the experience. I hated it. I didn't enjoy the 3D version. I never enjoy the 3D version of any movie. It doesn't impress me. But that being said, at the time, that was a big selling point.
The problem is that spectacle without substance is like dating a really hot girl with no personality. It gets old real fast, and once those good looks start to become familiar and mundane, there's not much to keep you hanging around. The other problem is that what was magical and awe-inspiring back in the simpler days of 2009 isn't in 2025.
It's a pretty
After
good
more
point.
than a decade of superhero movies and Star Wars and God knows what else, audiences today are all maxed out on visual spectacle. If anything, I'd say they're actually kind of bored of it all now, because movies have become so big and CGI so ubiquitous that we've basically reached the limits of what you can throw at the audience. The Avatar films still look great, don't get me wrong, but these days they're just another collection of great looking, visually overwhelming movies in a sea of them. There's nothing especially unique about the experience now, which is why it desperately needs Number 3, Heart and Soul. This is the big difference between Avatar and Cameron's earlier work, the lack of substance. Movies like Terminator or Aliens aren't remembered today because of their amazing visual effects. I mean, they definitely look good and they hold up well even today, but all of that stuff is secondary to their real appeal, which was their excellent stories, their compelling characters, their superbly constructed action sequences, their unique concepts, and most importantly, the core of humanity that drove them forwards. What would Aliens be without...
This is an excellent observation. Because, you know, I was just about to disagree with him here and say that there is a heart and soul in Avatar. You know, there's the story of Jake falling in love with Neytiri. In the second one, there's the love he has for his children and his family. But then Drinker mentioned the human heart. And I was like, exactly. Humans are scum in these movies. Humans are the aliens, basically. So if you're watching the Aliens film, right, it's about the heart and soul of that is Ripley sort of discovering this surrogate daughter, Newt, which then becomes the entire reason she fights the alien queen at the end, because she's seeking to bring Newt back from the alien den. And it's powerful, it's moving because Ripley lost her own daughter. So she's sort of, you know, fighting for, she has a second chance to save a surrogate daughter. Like, that's all very moving. John Connor forming a kind of father-son bond with the Terminator, but that bond is, of course, doomed because the Terminator has to be destroyed or risk allowing Skynet to rise again. In other words, it's about the human soul and the human heart. Sarah Connor's haunting words at the end of Terminator 2. If a machine can learn the value of human life, maybe we can too. You know? Even Sarah Connor's story about, yes, you did miss the bib, Fu Man Blue. You'll have to watch the restream, I'm afraid. Sarah Connor falling in love with Kyle Reese in the first film was very moving and powerful. In Avatar, the humans are the Terminators. The humans are the aliens. The Na'vi are the protagonists with a heart. And so the human heart is completely excised. And this is such a betrayal, because even if humans are doing bad things to the Na'vi, humanity would still have a heart and soul somewhere. Some part of us would still have that. And the fact that Cameron totally ignores that, I never really saw it this way before, but that is a huge missing piece.
Ripley's desperate mission to rescue Newt from the alien queen. What would Terminator 2 be without a damaged Sarah's awkward attempts to reconcile with her son, or John's paternal relationship with the T-800s? Shit man, even the Abyss had an estranged husband trying to reconnect with his ex-wife. This, I think, is what's really missing from the Avatar movies, an emotional core that everything else is built around. It's not to say that they don't try to give you something.
No, they have the emotional core, but it's placed with the Na'vi, but it's totally missing from humanity. I think that's the problem.
The first Avatar is really just a story about two people from vastly different cultures falling in love in the middle of an epic conflict. The second movie is about those same people trying to hold a family together in the middle of another epic conflict. Not exactly groundbreaking stuff, but whatever. The difference is that they, and the characters that make them up, feel like they were injected later into a story that had already formed, instead of being the emotional core that everything else was built around. The result? They come across as obligatory rather than unique, like some mandatory checkbox that had to be ticked to justify everything else that happens in the movie. And as for the characters themselves, well, they're not exactly gripping individuals. I don't feel much of anything for Jake and Neytiri because when you get right down to it, they're just not particularly interesting people. Neytiri's the stereotypical noble savage with a vaguely sympathetic attitude towards the protagonist, and that's it really. Jake is just a stock soldier guy who starts to question his loyalties when he gets a taste of that blue ass. He doesn't have much in the way of personality, drives, charisma, unique strengths or weaknesses. And well, he's not helped by a pretty anemic...
And, you know, he definitely has a cowardly streak in him. And I think that bugs me about Jake Sully a lot. He's got... He is, for the most part, he's very courageous and adventurous, but he gets very selfish very quickly. Like, whenever it looks like he's about to lose something he personally cares about, he'll kind of throw everything else out the window to protect it, which is definitely the story in Way of Water, even more so than the first one. So I definitely think that's a bit of a detail about him that bugs me. Fu Man Blue is dropping the Discord link. Remember, you're all invited here on the Swords of Starships channel. Join our Discord.
Performance from Sam Worthington. There's a reason that guy's career failed to launch 15 years ago, and it's not for lack of opportunities. Trust
Fu Man. Oh, and Star Fury missed that one.
me. Add all these problems together, and the characters at the core of Avatar are really just stock archetypes built to service the plot. Their relationship lacks any weight because the audience can't get all that invested in them, and so there's no drama or urgency to the story because for the most part, nobody really cares whether they live or die. It all comes back to that spectacle over substance problem that I mentioned earlier. For all the work and technical skill that went into them, the Avatar movies lack the one thing that made so many of Cameron's other movies so memorable: an emotional core. That's why nobody remembers them or talks about them after they've left the theaters, because like that hot girl with zero personality, once the immediate visual impact starts to fade, you realize there's not a whole lot left to say. I mean, maybe none of it matters, really. I'm sure Avatar 3 is going to put another couple of billion in the bank for Disney, so who cares? It's all just junk food at the end of the day. Anyway, that's all I've got for today.
So his theory is that the characters of Jake and Neytiri are very stock, they're very superficial, they don't have a lot of depth or complexity, and that because of that, they are responsible for bringing whatever heart the story has to it, but they don't bring much because their story feels sort of basic and tacked on. I don't fully agree with that, but I can respect where he's coming from because he's got a point. They aren't the most compelling characters ever, for sure. I can't deny that. But for me, I still think that the main problem with these movies is it makes humans, it makes the audience the villain. That's really the basic root of it. How a movie makes you feel about yourself is really what's going to drive your ultimate connection to it. Because your standard Golden Fleece story, your standard Luke Skywalker Golden Fleece story is going to ultimately make you feel like it's going to make you feel the possibilities in your life. I feel like Iron Man, Spider-Man, they're very compelling characters because of what they reflect back at you. It's like you could make the same choice as Spider-Man is making. You know, I used to admire the character of Jean-Luc Picard in Star Trek Next Generation because he was just like this incredibly moral, sophisticated man, but he was also this great leader. He was so disciplined. You know, it's like just all those qualities he had were all very admirable. And I enjoyed watching that play out because it also suggested something about, well, I could live up to these ideals. You know, Superman has that quality when he's done well. So I think the problem with Avatar is it basically implies somewhat subconsciously, sometimes obviously, that you are the bad guy and that the natural outcome of everything that you are and everything that you value will be the rape and plunder of a world like this someday. Like, that's really what the film is kind of saying to you on maybe to some extent a subliminal level. It's saying everything that you are is going to result in this someday. And aren't you ashamed? And I don't think that's going to ever make anyone really resonate with a film in a long-term way. Whereas Luke Skywalker is suggesting that you could make the choice not to turn to the dark side. You could make the choice. You know, if Anakin's story were the only story in Star Wars, I don't think people would really resonate with Anakin. Because Anakin gave in to temptation. And he became the worst thing you can become. I don't think people would be very fond of his story in isolation. I think they're fond of his story because it is in parallel with Luke Skywalker's story, and really it's in service of Luke Skywalker's story. Luke ultimately makes the right choice and does not go down the path that Anakin goes down. Without that, Anakin's story is nothing more than a terrible tragedy. That's all it is. So that's my theory about why Avatar just does not have a cultural imprint, and I don't know that it ever will. I'll still watch the hell out of it because I really can't. I can't not. Crowbar the Skull says, what is Avatar based on narratively? It's based on one of the oldest woke tropes, the evil imperialist invaders versus the one with nature, peaceful natives. I don't consider Avatar woke because wokeness is such a very specific, virulent strain of far left, just unhinged ideology. But I will agree with you, Crowbar, that it's a very obvious trope. It's the noble savage versus the imperialist invaders, and one is pure as the wind-driven snow. The other is a mustache-twirling menace. And I agree with you that that's very basic and it's very preachy. And yeah, it's typical. It's typical of a superficial kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Bleeding heart, liberal way of looking at things. But on the other hand, the fact of the matter is, I think it's a mistake to think that one side or the other has a 100% market cornered on the truth. I think the reality is that what is so truly awful about wokeness is that it deprives us of the actual good things within liberal thinking, within liberalism. I know. You think the captain's gone crazy, but I'm quite serious about this. I think that there are good things in liberalism and there are bad things in conservatism. I think that if you reduce the entire world to a material commodity, I think that's a terrible thing for humanity. I think both right and left are guilty of this. On the left-wing side of things, they reduce everything to racial identity, sexual identity. They reduce everything to class warfare. They reduce everything to sort of a materialistic view of the universe. Everything is science. Everything is trust the science. And by the way, Avatar is full of a lot of that. Science is the God. God is dead. Religion is not useful. It's just superstition. I think that because even in Avatar, the Na'vi religion is portrayed as beautiful and wonderful, but only because it has a scientific basis. So there's even a kind of left-wing materialism embedded within the Na'vi's religious framework. On the other hand, conservatism often views things in terms of economics, and everyone needs to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. The only valuable thing in the world is hard work and productivity. Everything's about productivity. Everything's about money. Everything's about what you've acquired and what you can earn from what something is worth monetarily. I think that is a miserable and terrible way to look at the world in totality. I'm not saying it doesn't have its place. Obviously, I like making money. I want to make lots of money. But my point is that if there is one good thing that Avatar suggests to the viewer, it is that, we can't lose sight of the true wealth of our world, of our planet Earth. If you look around you, this planet Earth is a paradise in many ways. It is such a beautiful planet. There are times where I just am in a forest or, on the ocean or on a lake, and I get lost in it, and I just can't believe I look at how many different animals we have on this planet, how many life forms. I just think the beauty of it is so breathtaking in scale, even with much of it gone because of our actions. And within that, I see also the beauty in humanity. And I think that Avatar is in a very over-the-top, larger-than-life way. It is trying to reconnect us with the spiritual side of us, the spiritual beingness that we've lost in our modernity and our materialism. And again, I'm saying left and right are guilty of this. Leftism is obsessed with science, obsessed with everything being based in some kind of ideology or racial identity or scientific argument. Nothing can ever be spiritual. Nothing can ever be truly religious. On the right-wing side of things, we get lost in absolute, economic utility. The economic utility of everything. And it's like, that's how the humans see everything on Pandora. They see everything as economic units, which is part of the misery and tragedy of the story, is that they can't see the true value of the things around them. So I think there's some value to that in Avatar. It's a very superficial and obvious way to point it out, but, Anna's montage says, and tacos, but not to distract from the stream. I'm enjoying this so much because I think you're a great analyst. Well, thank you, Anna. That's a very fine compliment. I appreciate that. I do what I can. Fu Man Blue agrees. Well, now, aren't you? Everyone's in just such a lovey-dovey mood today. This is unusual. What would Stafferi say if he were here? He'd probably agree. He would totally agree. I'm in a very analytical mood, as Gary would say. What is Avatar based on? Oh, that's right. I read that one, Crowbar. So yeah, I'm not 100% disagreeing with you, Crowbar. Like, so where I will disagree with you that Avatar is woke is because it's very fresh in my mind because I just rewatched the first two films, and I will tell you, Cameron so far is still a very masculine storyteller. The military is very masculine. It's very grounded. It's a real military. It has a real world military ethic. It's effective. That's the other thing. It's like he actually knows how to portray the military effectively. And Jake Sully is a father and a leader. There's many scenes in Way of Water where he helps Neytiri find her strength, as opposed to the common trope now where you can never have a man ever leading a woman or assisting a woman or saving a woman. It always has to be that the woman she can do it all on her own. And it's like, so there's not really any of that in Avatar. Neytiri is obviously a very strong female character. I don't mean it in the tropey way. I just mean she is, right? She's a warrior and all of that, but she also has vulnerability, and she follows Jake's lead, which he generally is the leader of the family, right? And you have a very traditional family structure in Avatar Way of Water. You have a very masculine portrayal of the military. Even the women in the military in Avatar are still following a masculine military ethic, right? So if it were woke, it would be nonsense. That's really my line. If it's complete nonsense, then it's probably wokeness, because wokeness is so diluted about reality that they can't even really accurately portray what a strong woman is actually like, you know? That's the irony of it, is they want all these strong women, but they actually fail to portray strength in women very well at all. So because they refuse to show vulnerability, which all humans have vulnerability. We are frail, broken creatures. We all have vulnerability. And yes, we have certain vulnerabilities kind of unique to our genders, typically. But wokeness won't show that. It won't show women as people, which is part of why you know it's woke. But that being said, yes, it's a very preachy way to get at it with Avatar. I've not had any Avatar dreams, says Anna. That's true. You know, good stories you do tend to dream about. Anna says, you said the characters in Lord of the Rings truly embodied how they looked in Middle-earth. I am so hoping Zelda movie will be just like that. After Lord of the Rings, I had dreams after. Where is that? Do I have the pictures? Let me grab that, Mr. Producer. Bookmarks. I know I have it saved here. There it is. I got it. Cool. Let me grab this. Yeah, so I think it's pretty good news, Anna. Like this is your link. I almost made this the thumbnail because he looks like the anime character. They found an actor who looks like the anime drawing of Link. You know what? Also, what I love about this casting is he's got a kind of vulnerability to him, I think, that is really great. And then the actress playing Zelda, I mean, she's beautiful. She's, you know, you look at her and I can kind of buy into the wisdom, because Zelda is very much the Galadriel type character. She's a character that possesses great wisdom, whereas Link possesses great courage, and he's the one that kind of goes out on the adventure. Zelda's the one that has wisdom and prophecy, and I get a lot of that from this actress here. And then the breathtaking countryside of New Zealand, that's Hyrule. Like that is Hyrule. And I'm talking Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past, which is the game I grew up on. That's Hyrule for me. So I think that is so beautiful, so breathtaking. I don't know how you do this kind of a casting, both location and actors, and have a shred of wokeness in this. I just don't know how that's possible. So this is as positive a first sign as we could ever have gotten for this film. This is Nintendo gives zero fucks about your sensitivity readers. They just don't care. They're going to do what Nintendo needs to do. And thank God for that. And I also am basing my analysis on Super Mario, because Super Mario Brothers was perfect. I mean, in that it embodied the characters. Obviously, I thought it was a little too rushed, the story. But aside from that, it was vibrant, beautiful, fun. It was authentic to the characters. The audience was having, I think that's the most fun I've seen an audience have in a movie in years, was the Super Mario Brothers movie. So I just think they know their audience, they know their property, and I think they're gonna nail it. I really do. And I even think Fu Man Blue, I'm going out on a limb here. I think the signs are good for Stargate I keep wanting to say SG-1. I think the new Stargate show is looking good. I really do. I think I'm offered you a white pill. I can only offer you that, Fu Man Blue. It's your choice. It's your choice. Zelda looks amazing in her adventuring outfit, says Crowbar. I agree. I think they look fantastic. I don't know how you cast actors that look that perfect. Perfect. I don't know how you do that and then make it somehow not authentic to the source material. I don't think that's possible, because you just wouldn't make that decision. Do you understand, like, the pressure on Nintendo to not cast two white actors to play the lead roles? I guarantee you there's pressure. I guarantee you. Just look at the meltdown that they didn't cast Hunter Schafer. There is pressure on Nintendo to cave to current Western sensibilities about DEI and all that bullshit, and let's just put wokeness and DEI to one side for a minute. The other main problem in Western civilization is art. I mean, Western art is nihilism and deconstructionism. Subverting the tropes. You can't tell an interesting story if it's the obvious story. In other words, you can't just tell a story about a Golden Fleece adventure where Link goes on a quest to save Hyrule and rescue the princess. You can't do that. You have to subvert the tropes because otherwise it's not original, which is how we get The Last Jedi and crap like that. Because we're always... Now, again, this is wrong. This is wrong thinking because look at Top Gun Maverick. Top Gun Maverick is exactly what the first film was. Maverick is a badass. He's the best pilot there ever lived. And he crushes it because his country needs him to. That's the story. And it's brilliant. It's exactly what it should be. It's exactly what you would expect. And it delivers. And frankly, it's better than the first one. And it's one of the most rewatchable action films out there. So my point is, current thinking in Hollywood is very pedantic. It's very ivory tower. They have stupid ideas about what makes a story original. And Nintendo is under enormous pressure to cave to that. I guarantee you there's pressure in the artistic world, in the filmmaking world, for Nintendo to subvert the classic tropes of the hero. And I think that they are resisting that. So the fact that they cast these two actors, to me, shows me that they hear the signal and they're following the signal. That's a pretty good sign. Fu Man Blue says, I appreciate you taking the time to raise my spirits about SG Amazon. I'm sure you're right. Well, all I can tell you is, rarely I am wrong about things. Rarely. So that's the good news. Look, my sister and I talk about it all the time. It's a burden being right so often. It really is. So I hope that comforts you, Fu Man Blue. Just the way he is sitting in that picture is so him, meaning Link. Yeah, I totally agree. It's like ripped out of the video game for me. And I'm talking old school. I'm not like I played Ocarina of Time. I played the Game Boy, all the Game Boy ones, most of the Game Boy ones. The Link's Awakening, Link to the Past. Trying to think, Wind Waker. I played Wind Waker. What other Zelda games did I play? I think those are pretty much the ones. I never got around to Breath of the Wild. I've been meaning to pick up Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I do actually really want to play those. So, Garrett, did you play Breath of the Wild? Fu Man said I was going to struggle with that, and I did not. I have not played Breath of the Wild, and I need to. Which is better, Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild? Which should I play first? Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom? I think Breath of the Wild comes first, right? Yeah, so Nintendo knows their audience. I think they're doing really well with that. What else we got in the stack of stuff? I know I had a lot today. Oh, yes. I am curious. The captain is a curious man. And it's one of my great qualities, to be quite honest with you. I have not played Call of Duty Black Ops. I'm not like a Call of Duty guy. But I keep hearing that Black Ops 7 is a disaster. And naturally, I'm curious why. So I thought I would have someone explain it to me so that I can understand. And it looks like I have a great report from Andy Pants Gaming, a new YouTuber I've discovered. I kind of like this guy. Let's just see. I may not watch all this because it's 14 minutes, but let me just get a flavor of this.
Do you guys remember this video I made last year? This was a joke, and there was no black female main characters in Black Ops 6. But apparently Treyarch saw my video and thought, this guy's onto something. Because the gays, Jews, and women...
But by the way, Fu Man, General Hammond would 100%, 100% be replaced with a character like that, you know, if it were super woke. I don't think it's going to be, but that could happen. I don't think it's going to happen, though. I think we're okay.
Call of Duty actually put a black, overweight, disabled girl boss in their game.
She's disabled
Boys,
too?
Watch. This is incredible.
No! Oh my god. It's unbelievable, man. I can't believe it. She's black. She's a woman and she's disabled. Oh my god, sis. A salty cracker would say, oh my god, sis. So much stunning, so much brave. How can you handle it? She just has a metal arm that blocks like all explosions and bullets. Do you realize what this is? She just did the Sabine maneuver in Ahsoka. This is exactly what Sabine was doing in the Ahsoka show. Whenever there's like a stormtrooper fires a blaster at her, she's just cringe level 9,000. This is in the game. This is not a joke. What?
Bro, I can't stop laughing at this joke.
What is going on with this giant? I don't understand this guy that's a giant. What the hell is that? I thought this is supposed to like roughly... This isn't a fantasy or science fiction thing, is it? Like it's meant to roughly be a modern warfare kind of thing, right?
All right, hang on. It gets better. So immediately prior to this, the fat black girl boss is literally in an arm wrestling match with Michael Madsen, which she, of course, wins, you know, because stunning and brave. Michael Madsen then turns into a towering evil white man. Then the black girl boss must protect her people by fighting the white man. Guys, I wish this was a joke, but it's not. This is not a joke. This is in the game. In Black Ops 6 last year, they called the soldiers from the 2012 game old and washed up and ridiculed and mocked us. Guys, if you still support this company and buy skins for this game, despite the company actively preaching propaganda that says that they hate you, just know that I have zero respect for you and I consider you a traitor to the male gender. But boys, we're here to talk about Black Ops 7, and it gets so much worse, and I'm just getting started. This POS is packed to the gills with gay activists, meditation, forced diversity, woke nonsense, white girl bosses, Arab girl bosses, Latino girl bosses, and behind all of it, just a seething hatred for men. Let's get into it, but first...
What's amazing also, though, is just the military gear looks dumb as hell. It all looks like LARPing.
First, boys, so I got my hands on the Red Magic 11 Pro. It's brand new, and this thing is built for gaming. Whether you're playing Call of Duty, Genshin Impact, or streaming from Xbox or PS5, I genuinely want to ask these guys, like, Bud, is this your only hope of getting laid by hiring dumb girl bosses to ruin Call of Duty? Here's another Activision staff photo.
Wow. This is who's making your video games, folks. Stupid people who eat glue.
Overweight black woman, check. Minorities, check. Angry satanic white women who hate men, check. Cucked white men, check. Yep, that's everybody. I genuinely want to know who hired these people to work on a military war game. In the campaign of Black Ops 7, I have never seen more shrill girl bosses, more forced minorities and diversity, and more cucking of male figures in any other game. Somebody sent me this. So they literally made a set of calling cards in the game that is just AI slopped. Like, the fact nobody got fired for this is crazy.
Wow.
It's just a bunch of lazy fat women making this game, so that checks out. Another thing I chuckled at when I was booting up the game was the code of
This guy goes hard. Oh, man.
conduct.
We do not tolerate bullying or harassment, including derogatory comments based on race, gender identity or expression, sexual orientation,
Age, culture, faith, mental or physical ability. Bro, this is like a list of all the...
You literally can't talk any shit. There's nothing you can say.
This is like a list of all the stuff we would make fun of people for back in 2008. Like, dude, you're retarded, you get made fun of. You're gay, you get made fun of. You're a woman, you get made fun of. Everybody got roasted, dude. And that's why it was fair, because we roasted everybody equally. It was, we were kind of like the United Nations, really. Dude, these fragile little Gen Z kids and Gen Alpha kids today would have never survived in these 2008 lobbies. So I noticed this same trend with GTA 6 kind of happening with COD right now. It's like back in the day, GTA made fun of Karens, and now GTA is being run by Karens. Same with Call of Duty.
Oh, no. Oh, what a sign of the times. Dude, I remember... Dude, you should have... The first Grand Theft Auto... When Fox News found out what you could do to prostitutes and cops in the Grand Theft Auto game, oh, the meltdown. The meltdown was so real. It was. Have you heard about this disgusting game where the whole mission in the game, the entire mission in the game, is to pay a prostitute and then Minecrafter? What? What did you... Oh, I heard about it. I heard it. That's the whole game. You spend the whole game attacking prostitutes and Minecrafting them. It's like, no. No, like, you can if you want, but that's not the purpose. So unbelievable. And then now those people that were melting down about it are the ones making it now.
Back in the day, we roasted the gay nerds. Now the gay nerds are the one making Call of Duty. Another ironic thing here is that the whole reason you're taking Raul Menendez down in Black Ops 2 was because he was pro-communism. But now, if you look at these people's ideology, they're all leftist communists. Bad guys that we were taking out in 2012 Call of Duty have become the people who are making the propaganda now in the games. It's very ironic. This was another thing that made me laugh. The Call of Duty Endowment Legacy Tracer Pack.
I have a question. Why do woke people all look like they have radiation poisoning? Have you noticed this? They look like they survived Chernobyl. What's up with that? I'm just asking questions.
Bro, it says inspired by a real veteran. Dude, there's no way this overweight black woman was in combat. The closest to combat this chick has ever got is fighting for her life against diabetes. Dude, Call of Duty is so corny now. 99.9% of people in combat are men. Deal with it. In the American military, like 80% are white men. Like, cope. Get mad about it. That they're representing veterans here with an overweight black girl boss is just, it's spitting in the face of the military. I hate it. I also noticed as I was installing the game that it's 80 gigabytes big now just for the campaign. Like, dude, back in the day, multiplayer zombies in campaign had to fit on one disc, and all of it was 5 gigabytes big. Now, just the campaign is 80 gigabytes big. Does anybody else find it suspicious that these companies are hiring more and more useless women programmers, that the games are getting bigger and bigger and more poorly optimized? Yeah, I'm sure those things aren't...
They're all using WinZip. ChatGPT is telling them to use WinZip.
Connected at all. Anyway, so let's get into the game itself. So Emma Kagan is the CEO of the Guild, which is some experimental military tech company. And bro, of course they had to make her look woke. Like, they just couldn't help themselves, could
Oh,
they?
God.
You know, whenever a white woman has a haircut like this, there's a 99.9% chance she's going to tell you about her boyfriend.
I thought, weren't women the ones that were good at fashion back at, like, isn't that the thing that if aren't women supposed to understand how to do cool hairstyles and like nice outfits? Isn't this why I better just chill out because I'm probably going to cross a line here. Why is it that they've lost this ability? Every female, like I was just thinking about so many of the TV shows, like Alien Derp is a great example. The haircut that babe has in that show is so bizarre. It's like the frumpiest. The bangs are the weird, like all the this is the Greta Thunberg bangs right here, where they're like this even line. What is that? Like, what is that? Foodman Blue says someone in F&T said that you could serve soup out of Michelle Yeoh's collarbone. Oh, jeez. And I'm saying I think that normal, regular women still have this ability. I'm joking, Anna. I think what I'm saying is I think normal, regular women, not like woke wackos, still understand this. I just think it's the woke wackos with radiation poisoning that don't understand like the concept of beauty, fashion, style.
Cat's husband who is transitioning to be a pedophile. Because let's be honest, guys, all of these Redditors and all of the LG HDTV community, Reddit is swimming in pedophiles. That is all that has ever been happening there.
God,
so
Reddit
like I
gives
said
me the
earlier,
heebie-jeebies.
one of your squad mates is literally overweight, black, and disabled. This is not a joke. Her name is 50/50. The unfortunate thing here is she's actually pretty hot.
Now, back to my point, Crowbar. Like, this is why I say Avatar, although it's definitely got a bleeding heart liberal, message, it's not this bad. Like Michelle Rodriguez in the first Avatar film works pretty well as a hotshot pilot. Look, she's typecast. It's the role she was born to play. But like, there's even a female general in Avatar: Way of Water, and she acts like an actual general would act, right? So like, I think that, and she looks roughly plausible in the role. So this is why I would say Avatar is not quite woke, but there's still time. There's definitely still time. Anna says, I wear minimal makeup and have natural hair. One of my guy friends told me once that I look the most beautiful first thing in the morning, getting coffee, wearing pajamas. Well, that's very sweet. That's a good friend. That's a keeper. I like someone who glazes me in the morning. Wait, what?
Life. Her name is Frankie Adams. Like, why do leftists always do this junk, dude? Why did y'all take this beautiful woman and make her look like a lesbian bull dyke?
Are you shitting me? This is the model on the left is the actress they base this character on every time. Every single time. These are a bunch of diabetic cat ladies who hate and are jealous of beautiful women. That is 100%. They hate the idea that a man might be pleased at the sight of a woman in the video game. They hate that. They hate men being men. That's what they hate.
Like, I don't get it. Also, the black guy in your squad seems pretty normal. At least they didn't make him gay. The only lame thing is that he's meditating right at the start of the game. Because, again, this game is made by bagel people and nose people who worship Satan. Meditation is how you connect with Satan. So, ipso facto, we have...
Oh, shut the fuck up. See, this is where... He's joking. He's kind of memeing. I get that. But, like, I hate that shit. I really do.
To have a guy worshiping Satan and meditating. So team diversity infiltrates Emma Kagan's high-tech base. As I was fighting in this area, I kept...
Let me put it another way. I think that is no better than when the woke wackos are like, that's racist and that's white privilege. It's all the same to me. When I hear people say, oh, that's satanic, that's demonic, it's all the same sound. It's just people demonizing other people to push their own narrative. That's just how I see it. So, but I realize he's deliberately being over the top, but I just
thinking, did anybody seriously
I still think it's any better.
Ask for RPG health bars to be added to this game? Like, bro, Call of Duty is not an RPG. Why did you idiots add health bars? Emma releases this toxic nerve gas, so you and your team start seeing a bunch of hallucinations. You get transported to floating island world right off the bat. I feel like usually games save their stupid "you're inside of a dream" gameplay for the boring final third act of a game, but the fact this game is leading with it is a pretty bad sign of things to come. So in this dumb dream, you're fighting Raul Menendez from Black Ops 2, and these comically huge knives are like coming out of the sky to hit the ground. And at one point, the game lets you like call in an airstrike, but the airstrike is just these knives hitting the ground. It's like, who came up with this shit? Oh yeah, now I remember. So throughout this entire game, you meet a full cast of all kinds of girl bosses who will tell you what to do and who are going to cuck every man in sight. It's always women in charge. It's always the women that are being empowered. Like, boys, every military operation is like 99.9% men, but okay.
Fu Man says, did you know there's zero evidence that breakfast is the most important meal of the day? Lobbyists are why people think that. Yeah, I think that's all probably true. For me, it is the most important meal of the day. If I don't have breakfast, I am a very grumpy guy. Like, I can't, but then again, I fast a lot of the rest of the day. I always have a big nutritious breakfast in the morning right after I work out, because I work out in the morning. So then I have a breakfast, and it's got to be a filling, full breakfast. I have my coffee, and I'm good to go. I need that. Like, days when I skip breakfast, I'm a mess.
Let's just pretend it's women, because stunning and brave and feminism so important, guys. I'm just over it, man. Like, can I just have a game that's all men? Can I just have a Call of Duty game that's a classic Call of Duty game without women? So Karma is the only.
I'm okay with that. I think that's the telling thing. It's like you could have a game with all women and that would be totally fine. But you could never have a Call of Duty game these days where it's all males. You could never have that. You can barely have a World War II historical period piece that only has men in the role of soldiers in it. It's getting to the point where Netflix is going to start making... Well, what did they made that stupid movie about the ladies that send the mail in World War II. They have to deliver the mail. It's so stunning and brave. We're the real heroes. We delivered all the mail. We're way more important than those guys those losers on Omaha Beach.
Remotely hot one. But even in this photo, you can see she looks like she got too much Botox and got stung on the lips by a bee. Pretty soon we meet stunning and brave Middle Eastern sniper girl boss woman who's very important. And then you also meet like a not very hot Asian chick, and they don't let you see her body. She's just got a totally plain body. It's like, guys, this is why Western games suck. All the developers are so aggressively anti-male.
And you know that Nintendo is under pressure to cave to this kind of thing.
That they have to make sure none of these women are hot at all, or the men might enjoy something for once. Jumping forward a little bit, this entire scene between Michael Madsen and 50/50 is hilarious, and it just shows the absolute pure hatred these women have for white men. Because over the course of like 10 minutes, 50/50 beats Michael Madsen in arm wrestling, and then right after this, he transforms into a giant, and you have to kill him because he's a boss. And then, like I said earlier, our gay disabled black girl boss slides in like Captain America and does this thing with her arm, but she doesn't have a shield, so it doesn't make any sense. But she's like protecting everybody. Oh, she's just like a man. She's totally cucking all the men. It's wonderful. Soon after this, you found out that Razor, one of the only white men in the game, is a traitor. Dun, dun, dun. Big surprise. Guys, if you didn't see White Man, Bad Man coming, then you need to just start paying attention more. Finally, we get another sick cinematic of the fat disabled girl boss taking down a mech. So brave. Guys, were there any cinematics in the entire game of like David Mason, your character doing something cool? Of course not, dude. Of course not. White people are evil. Black people are perfect. This is the message the bagel people and the homosexuals want you to gobble down, so you'll hate yourself. But boys,
this is the message that the bagel people and the homosexuals want you to believe.
Here's the truth. These companies are going out of business. We are burying them. Call of Duty is sinking right now, and all of us straight, normal men are pissing on their grave, and it's wonderful. So, boys, in closing, I just want to say a few last things. Why? Why has this happened to all of our favorite media? And the reason why is because these people want to destabilize society and they want to destroy Western culture. And you do this by going after white people and going after Christianity. Those are the two great evils of these satanic degenerates. They say Christianity is problem number one and white people are problem number two.
Well, there you go. That's Andy Pants for you. I understand them. I understand the problem. I understand the problem with Black Ops 7. That was very good, actually. That was an extremely detailed analysis. Inquiring minds want to know. I keep hearing, and I kept seeing that image of the giant, the giant guy. I'm like, what the? I thought this was a Call of Duty game. How is there like a giant soldier? This looks like some kind of fantasy. This looks like a Dragon Age game. What am I seeing here? So I was just very perplexed. It's like, what's going on with this? And now I know. And I appreciate knowing. Okay, we have, let's see. Oh, yes, I pulled this up. Where was it? I grabbed a link. Michael Archangel, you sent it to me in the Discord. Ryan Cannell, the angriest man on the internet. He had another one. All right, let's just check this out real quick. Ban the fats. That might be. As thumbnails go, this might be Ryan's Ninth Symphony. I have to tell you. He has perfected enraging his haters. He has made it an art form. It is just an art form. I admire the hell out of that.
A week ago, we got some pretty big news if you're a Pokemon fan. Understandably, you might not be, but if you are, the idea of a Pokemon theme park, of a Pokepark opening up, might be pretty cool. Might seem pretty cool to you. You might even be tempted to take a trip to Japan just to go see it. Get ready to experience Pokepark Kanto on February 5th, 2026, opening next year.
Sounds good, Ryan.
Tickets for the Grand experience go on sale soon. Stretching over 26,000 square meters, the amusement park located in Verdant Tama Hills, Pokepark Kanto, will be the first ever permanent outdoor Pokemon attraction. So it's in Tokyo. Sounds pretty cool. Well, there might be one group of people that aren't very happy about this.
Who would that be?
Because if you're too fat, you're not going to be allowed in. You know, they got the things you pull down. You have to pull down sometimes when you go to a theme park to see if you're fat enough to be able to ride the thing.
If you're fat enough.
They're going to have one of these here, and it looks like it's going to be a little bit more intense. This is Japan, after all. They're not as tolerant of the overweights, of the fats, of the obese that we are here in America. They're not going to make this thing for everybody. You're going to have to pass a fucking fitness test. Pokemon's new theme park requires visitors to pass a fitness test to access the entire park. According to the official website, guests who do not meet a certain age and physical fitness / ability requirements will not be allowed to enter the Pokemon Forest section of Poke Park Kanto. The park's admission policy states that anyone entering the Pokemon Forest must be able to climb unassisted a stairway of roughly 110 steps.
This is as if you wanted to devise something that would specifically piss off the woke wackos. If you just wanted to make them mad. If you literally just wanted to kick over the hornet's nest, this is exactly what you would do. It's so beautiful. I think that utopia is possible on Earth, and this is the key. Japan has cracked the code. This is the gateway to Nirvana right here. Because, I can already see why they're doing this, because it's meant to be a park where you're actually climbing things, you're running around, you're probably doing something active to immerse yourself in the whole, gotta catch them all mythos. And so naturally, you can't be, trundling along on a scooter and complaining that the battery on your scooter died. Oh my God. And, what's funny is whenever we say, like, hey, we don't like it that you cucked Henry Cavill and, you made him a side character in his own show in The Witcher, and you made it about all these girl bosses or something like that. And then they'll say, well, if you don't like it, don't worry, because you can just go play the video game or read the book and do something else. You can just not watch it because fuck you. Okay, great. That's a great attitude. See, I think that's actually a really great policy for this park. If you're too fat to climb stairs, well, you could just go do something else and fuck off. Oh, that's not fair. Oh, that's not fair. I have to be able to do absolutely anything and everything that anyone else could do, and I'm entitled. It's like, oh, well, no, you're not. Go away. See how that works? I'm only one sandwich away from being banned from that park. Oh, man. I can't believe you said that. That's so mean-spirited. But you're not wrong. I'm one sandwich away from being banned from the Pokemon Forest. I'm like one Wendy's triple away from being banned from. I am like this close, man. I'm really struggling out here. Well...
Now, 110 steps doesn't seem like that big of a deal to me. I'm sure there's some people that would have trouble with it. And look, not every person that goes to every theme park can do every fucking thing. They just can't. Now, I know a lot of people are worried about accessibility and wheelchairs and this and that, but there are some things that you just can't do. I mean, hell, we had a guy die at Epic Universe not that long ago because he was not physically capable enough to do that ride, and he tried to do it anyway, right? We have seen this happen. And when it comes to this is a little different story. I love that they're putting it out the way that they are. I think it's so fucking funny. There's going to be people that are really triggered by this. But my reaction would be, if you truly want to do this that bad, if you want to do the Poke Forest, if you want to do this thing, get yourself in better shape. And look, we have all been in places in our lives where we've let ourselves go a little bit. We're maybe not happy with this. We look in the mirror. You know what? If you want to go to this, if you are in that threshold where you don't know if you can walk up 110 steps, not just to do the Poke Forest thing, but just for your general well-being, fucking do something about it. You know what I mean? Make that.
No, we're totally. No, Fu Man, you don't have to backpedal. I would just try to force the infinity. No, unfortunately, Fu Man, you're dead on accurate in your analysis. That's the unfortunate. I wish I could argue with you.
The goal. If you want to do this, if you want to go on a fitness weight loss journey, make something your goal. No. And maybe that can be your goal.
I think it's funny.
Because as it stands, Fats aren't allowed.
Fats
At
aren't
Poke
allowed.
Park
Get
in
the
Japan.
fuck out. Look, I'm
And,
an ex-fat.
There's going to be a lot.
I'm allowed to talk shit about the fats because I'm an ex-fat.
People that are fucking. I've already seen them. Right? There's people that are triggered about this. That it needs to be accessible to all Pokemon fans. But most people are just kind of laughing their asses off because only in Japan would they put it this blunt. Hey, too fat.
God bless Japan. Just wow. They are on a legendary run right now. They are on a legendary run. Think about this. As the part one villain in my book Blood and Oak says to my protagonist John Sullivan, shall we take account? Nintendo they have towed the line with Super Mario and made it a down the middle Super Mario adventure, which pissed off all the weirdos that thought that the Bob Hoskins 1990s fever dream was better. What? Nobody thinks that. They have all of this noise about casting the Hunter Schafer tranny, and they wind up casting these two beautiful white actors to play Zelda and Link that looked perfect and just blow a hole through all that crap about. They have this Pokemon park where they are going to require you to not be fat. They elect this based prime minister babe that is immediately going to deport all of the riffraff from their country. They have now placed requirements. Get this. Japan has this just recently happened. They have now required, if you are a guest or an immigrant to Japan, if you do anything, if you're illegal, you'll be deported. If you are a legal visitor and you do anything illegal, you'll be deported. If you are a legal visitor and you do anything that disrespects Japanese culture or goes against Japanese social norms, you will be deported. They just had this government panel state for the record that they will not allow Western censorship or interference in anime. Folks, Japan is on a legendary run right now. They are just running through walls right now. It's unbelievable. This is great. Thank God for Japan. Thank God. Crowbar the Skull says, I hope Japan takes over the world with giant transforming robots. Let's not be hasty. Crowbar the Skull. I mean... no, I don't know. Yeah, and only the 16-year-old high schoolers will be able to pilot the giant robots. That's always how it works. Fu Man Blue says, oh, please, once you've gained 30 pounds since last year when we met, you're fine. I have not. I was about the same there. It's on the way out. I'm like, I actually think I have lost some excess fat, but I've been gaining muscle. I'm doing a workout that it's just an absolute, it's just a killer. It is a killer workout, and it's weight training. It's a circuit weight training workout. It's by Body. It's a Shaun T workout. Holy shit. It's 45 minutes of pure hell. I am 100% gassed by the end of it every morning. And it's like upper body, lower body, total body. And it's all weights. It's dumbbells and bench. And it just kicks my ass every morning. And I think I am gaining muscle like fast. So the weight on the scale hasn't changed, but I don't think that that's the accurate picture. At least that's what I'm telling myself. But I actually think I'm right about that. I think I am. Oh, yeah, you don't have to put it in both the Discord and the YouTube chat, Fu Man. Jeez. Why is Fu Man suddenly my boot camp instructor? When did that happen? All right, what's it? Okay, so stack of stuff. Where are we at, Mr. Producer? How are we doing? Yeah, we're pushing overtime now, so I think it's time to swerve into our closer for the night. We need one more video for us, okay? I got a Fleekazoid video. Xbox failed because of you, and I've also got the Star Wars Rise of Skywalker pitch meeting. Star Wars Rise of Skywalker pitch meeting, or I've got Fleekazoid Xbox failed because of you. Which one you any preference, chat? Where's my chat, Mr. Producer? Fu Man says, okay, I was just trying to force the Infinity War reference. Unless you... Oh, I'm sorry. I misread. Oh, I'm sorry, Fu Man. Okay. Look, I skim a little too much. It's a failing. It's a failing. Please, unless you've gained 30 pounds since last year when we met, you're fine. See, that just shows where my mind's at. I'm super hard on myself. Because I have high standards, and, I went through a little bit of a rough patch the last couple of years, and I was in 2020, I got in really good shape. Like, I was actually really good. I was pretty lean in 2020, and now, I had a couple of years of a rough patch, and I gained some weight, and I'm actually in much better shape now, but it's just taking time for it to come back off, so... Pitch meeting? All right. You know what? Crowbar is on it. Crowbar wants pitch meeting. And you know something? I feel that that's what the universe wants. It's an oldie but a goodie. It's just for fun. It's just for fun. Listen, folks. Don't forget, this has been like basically an all good news stream. There hasn't been a shred of bad news this entire stream. Let's review. Legend of Zelda casting epic, tuned up all the libs. What's to mislike? Stargate SG-1, I am white pilling in real time. Our very own Fu Man Blue at Stargate Superfan, the new Stargate series, lots of positive signs. Cautiously optimistic. Disney's gotten absolutely crushed on the Moana trailer. Their live action slop is just getting destroyed. It's all good news out there. Well, Avatar, depends on if you're excited about Avatar Fire and Ash. That might be on the line for you. So we just, we're just having fun. Just having some fun. Okay, here we go. Roll tape, hat tip, pitch meeting with Ryan George. Here we go. Rise of Skywalker pitch meeting.
So, you have a Star Wars sequel for me? Yes, sir, I do. So in the opening text crawl, we're gonna find out that Palpatine is alive again, and he sent out a transmission to everybody. Oh, Palpatine is back? How is that possible? Well, the dark side is a pathway to many abilities some would consider unnatural. Oh, very vague. What does that mean? It means get all the way off my back about this and don't bring it up again. Oh, okay, let me get off of that thing. So it turns out he was pulling the strings this whole time, like he created Snoke. Seriously? Yep, we didn't see him because he was in a basement with strobe lights. It's so strange that we never hinted at this at all whatsoever in any way. Yeah, pretty crazy, but this was always the plan. Was it though? I mean, yeah, I wouldn't start a trilogy without a roadmap, I didn't do that. Well, okay then, so what happens in this thing? Well, you know how in The Last Jedi we found out that Rey's parents are nobody? Right, yeah, between that and the Broom Kid, it seemed like maybe we were going for like a hopeful message, like the Force can be with anyone, you don't have to be related. Well, it turns out that Rey is Palpatine's granddaughter. Oh, she is? Yeah, pretty cool, right? So that means that Palpatine has gotten... intimate. Oh my god, yeah, no, I guess it does. Oh no. Oh, no.
Yeah, somehow.
Oh no. Oh, I'm picturing it. So am I, and I hate it. Do it. Oh, he for sure said that. Okay, maybe we can move on. I would literally love nothing more. So what happened?
Do it. He for sure said that. Oh no.
In the movie. Well, the good guys want to get to Palpatine, but to do that, they need to get a thing. Okay. But to get that thing, they're going to have to go to a place and get another thing, and go to another place and get another thing. Okay,
oh my god, I'm reliving how dumb the plot is. It's like, we're going to go to this MacGuffin, to that MacGuffin, to that MacGuffin.
Kinda sounds like a lot of fetch quests, like in a video game. Well, people love video games. That's a good point. Video games make money, so where do they go? Well, they go to Burning Man and they meet Lando Calrissian, remember? He's from the other movies. He is, and he's like, I have a bad feeling about this. He says the thing, he says it, and then the good guys are gonna get chased by stormtroopers and end up in a tunnel. Uh-oh, that's not good. Actually, it is, because they find a dagger that's a clue to the exact thing they're looking for. Oh, wow, what are the odds of ending up in that exact spot after a chase? Astronomical, but this is space, so that's okay. Can't argue with that. So anyway, then Rey heals a giant snake and they get out of there. She heals a snake? What are you talking about? Well, you can heal people and animals by giving them some life force or something, I decided. Oh, suddenly deciding that the Force can do things is tight. It is. So anyway, this dagger has Sith writing on it that only C-3PO can understand, but he can't translate. Why? Because of his programming. But actually why? To extend the plot a little. Okay, gotcha. So they need to go
Actually, why?
to this other planet to translate it, but Chewie gets captured. Oh no. Yeah, and he's being taken away on a ship, but Rey accidentally blows it up. Oh my god, she kills Chewbacca? That's such a powerful, shocking moment. I can't believe it. Well, that's good, because it doesn't actually happen. What? Well, I want this film to have impactful moments, but I don't really want to deal with the actual impact, so I'll usually, undo them immediately. Oh, really? Yeah, so Chewbacca blows up, but it turns out he was on another ship, so it's okay. Okay. C-3PO has his memory wiped and has to say bye to his friends, but R2 has a backup, so it's okay. Wow. Rey stabs Kylo Ren, but then heals him, so it's okay. Could have been an interesting one. A planet blows up, but the characters we know get off it somehow, so it's okay. Wow, so not really many consequences at all. Well, when Luke said no one's ever really gone in the last movie, I really took that to heart as, a storytelling device. Yeah, sure seems that way. Yeah, so both Luke and Han are gonna come hang out a bit too. Sure, why not? So anyway, then they're gonna go to another planet to meet a Power Ranger that Poe used to date and a little alien dude named Babu Frick. Oh, what's his deal? Oh, well, he's just the cutest little merchandising opportunity. I love it. So then they go rescue Chewie and they get helped by Hux because it turns out he's a spy now. Oh, interesting. It'll be cool to see how that plays out through the movie. Oh no, he dies right away. Oh, he does? Yeah, we'll see in The Last Jedi, we turned him into a little baby boy, so I had to replace him with somebody intimidating. If you say so. I do. So then the good guys go to another planet and discover that the dagger points at a thing they need to get to go to a place. What, the dagger tells them where to go? Yeah, it turns out that somebody made this thing, so if you stand in a very specific spot and point it at the Death Star wreckage, it shows you where you need to go. And they just happen to be standing in that specific spot. And they just happen to be standing in that specific spot. Wow, 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 wow. So then Rey finds this GPS thing that she needs, but then she's confronted by an evil version of herself for about 10 seconds. What? Why does that happen? So we can show it in the trailer. That's smart. So then Rey and Kylo Ren have a fight and Finn is also there for some reason. Oh yeah, what's Finn up to in this movie? Well, he's gonna be there for sure. That sounds good to me. He's also gonna meet some other ex-stormtroopers that defected too. Oh, that's good, driving home the fact that stormtroopers are like real people, Exactly, and Finn's also gonna kill a bunch of stormtroopers. Oh, he is? Yeah, he's pretty good at it now. But I guess he has no choice, right? So it's like a somber moment when he has to do it. I don't know, he shouts woo a lot when he kills them. Wow, I don't know how...
God, Rise of Skywalker is this bad, isn't it? It's so hard to, when you're watching it, that when I was watching it, I was so wrapped up in the questions of how they were going to resolve things, were they going to undo some of the damage of Last Jedi? What were they going to do? And the thing just keeps running from place to place so quickly, you just don't even have time to digest it. It's but the more you look at every single thing it is such a shit show, that movie.
How this guy feels about stormtroopers. Unclear, sir. He also has a big secret he's about to tell Rey when he thinks they're gonna die. Oh, what is it? I don't know. Fair enough. And what about Rose? What about her? Well, I mean, she was a major player in the last movie. Her and Finn kissed at the end of it. Right, yeah, but she has to study, so. She has to study? Yeah, I mean, she would have gone on the adventure, but she has, a lot of studying to do. Well, okay then. And what about Maz Kanata? Are we gonna get answers? Answers about what? Well, in The Force Awakens, Han asked how she got Luke's lightsaber, and she was like, good question for another time. Oh, yeah, well, that is a good question for sure. Yeah, but probably best for another time. Did you forget to pay that off? I forgot to pay that off. That's okay, it happens. I mean, a lot. So anyway, then Rey's gonna go confront Palpatine on this planet called Exegol. Okay. And the Resistance are gonna fight a massive fleet of Star Destroyers. How did Palpatine build so many Star Destroyers and staff them? By being off screen for several movies. That works for me. So what ends up happening on Testicle? Exegol. What did I say? Well, Palpatine is like, Rey, if you kill me, my spirit's gonna take over your body. I guess that can be a thing. And then Ben shows up and Palpatine's like, ooh, a Force Dyad. A Force Dyad? A Force Dyad. So then he turns into a Dementor and starts sucking the life out of them. So stuff is just kind of happening, huh? Stuff's just kind of happening. So then he throws Ben off a cliff thing. Uh-oh. And then everything's just going awful. I mean, there are way too many enemies in the space battle. Oh man, it's gonna be tough for the Resistance to win now. Actually, it's gonna be super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Oh, really? Yeah, because see, just when it seems like all hope is lost, Falcon's gonna be like, on your left, and a bunch of heroes show up. What? Sorry, Lando's gonna be like, we're here, and a bunch of heroes show up. Oh, very cool. And then Palpatine's gonna use lightning to attack Rey, and he's gonna be like, I am all the Sith. Wow, 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 wow. And then Tony's gonna be like, and I am Iron Man. What? Sorry, Rey's gonna be like, and I am all the Jedi. I love it. Yeah, and so he's shooting lightning at her, and she's blocking it with a lightsaber. Yeah. Yeah, and they're struggling, but then she uses 2 lightsabers, and that does the trick. He gets hit with his own lightning. Couldn't he have just stopped shooting the lightning? Yeah, but he doesn't. That's kind of his thing. It does seem to be. That guy zaps himself a lot. So then Rey dies. Oh, okay. But then it turns out Ben isn't dead, because falling off of things doesn't really mean anything in Star Wars. Right. And then he transfers some life force to Rey, so she wakes up. Wow, they should kiss. What? They should have a little kissy kiss. Oh, I don't really know that there was like a romantic... Make them kiss. Okay, yeah, so they kiss, and then he dies. Oh, he dies. Well, yeah, he transferred the last of his life force to her. Oh, so she can, like, transfer it back to him now? Well, yeah, but she doesn't. Oh, savage. So then all the good guys are gonna have a big party. Very fun. And Lando and this ex-stormtrooper girl talk about how she doesn't know where she's from, and he's gonna be like, well, let's find out. Wait, what does that mean? Unclear, sir. Either a spin-off adventure, or he's gonna hook up with somebody 55 years younger than him. Wow, well, that's either exciting or gross. Potentially both. So what do you think overall? Well, it sounds great, but one thing's kind of bugging me. What's that, sir? Well, you said that Palpatine, like, transmits a message. I just wish we could hear what it was. Oh, yeah, I actually had a pretty cool idea about that. Oh, you did? Yeah. Have you heard of Fortnite? What? Hey, guys.
Well, there you have it. Hat tip, Ryan George, pitch meeting. I enjoy those. I enjoy those a great deal.
Oh, you think it's slop. That's fine. But we live in a world full of hogs.
As I live and breathe, the Roach King, he is so right about that. Just absolutely right. Yes, that's our Darth, our resident Darth cat. And that is, that's pretty much the cue. Well, good times. Good times hanging out on the Swords of Starships channel. Thanksgiving coming up. Stranger Things coming up, Season 5. I'm very excited. I really hope they land this bird. I love Stranger Things. I really hope it's good. It's been great so far. We will see how it goes. We'll see how it ends. I'm very excited. But mostly good news. Some new faces in the chat. I appreciate it. I'm always excited to see new faces in the chat. So that is our show here on the Swords of Starships channel. Me, your host, Captain Garrett. Check out galaxyborn.com. That's where you'll find the email list for my upcoming science fiction, military science fiction, spacefaring novel. We're trying to build new things. We're working on it. www.galaxyborn.com. That's how they used to say it. So thank you, everyone, for hanging out. It's been a great night. And until next time, I will see you out there.